Chief, thank you. You honor us by welcoming us into your territory, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel, focused on Indigenous reconciliation and the agreement and partnership in TFL 44 LP. And I welcome Chief Robert Dennis, Shannon Jensen of WFP, Trevor Coots, and Shauna McDonald. Thank you.
Sure. Yep, let's do that. Oh, looks like my head's in the shadow. Well, to get the technical stuff ready. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out. It's great to see everybody in person. I know it's a smaller crowd, but considering it's pandemic time, it's actually a fairly big crowd. I don't remember the last time I was in a room with so many people. So it's nice. So don't mind me if I'm a little bit shy. I got pandemic isolation syndrome. But it's great to have everybody here. Uklama Yaksit Huayeta. My name is Trevor Coots. I'm an elected member of the Executive Council for the Huayet First Nations. Serving my second term. I've held the Economic Development Portfolio for the last 6 years. So I'm a chair our holdings board that looks after our 7 limited partnerships. One of those partnerships is HFN Forestry LP. I also sit on the board for the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance and been on there now for four years, somewhere around there. But as you know, in Hawaiian forestry is a prime business of ours. Important piece.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shauna McConnell. I'm the Director of Indigenous Relationships with Western. I'm too close to your mic. Maybe I'll come over here. I am also a board member of TFL 44 LP and very happy to be here today. Like Trevor, first time out of my basement in quite a while. So good to be with actual humans instead of screens, but also recognize those of us joining us by video today. And I'm hoping the audio works for everyone now. Also very grateful to be on the traditional territories of the Tseshaht and Hupatchesat First Nations. And thank you to Councillor Dick and to the group of singers for opening us today. It's amazing to think of the acoustics in a building like this being as amazing as we just heard. So grateful to have that opportunity. Maybe I'll ask our panelists to introduce themselves. And then Trevor and I are going to walk through a few slides. We do have a video which we're hoping will work on this platform. And if not, we'll skip through that and send the link to it later. But then the format for our presentation today will be more of a kind of engaging talk show style with some questions put to our panelists and hopefully some, if there's time, opportunity for people in the audience here to ask some questions. So, Chief Counselor.
Uklama M. Chaik, Ho'eata. My English name is Robert Dennis. I'm Chief Counselor for Hawaii First Nation.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Jansen, Vice President Partnerships and Chief Forester with Western Forest Products, and really grateful to be here today. So thank you.
So Trevor and I are going to trade off a bit on some of these slides to go through. And then, as I noted, we'll have a video and then get into some questions with the panel. So as many of you may know, TFL 44 Limited Partnership was formed in March of 2019. That was a key moment in our relationship with VIEA, but the relationship goes much further back from that. And I think what we're here to talk about today is the path that Western and Hawaiian First Nations have taken to get to where we are today and where we see that going in the future. The TFL 44 partnership owns the timberlands in TFL 44 and the assets that go with it. And as of May 2021, it's okay. I don't do well with loud noises, so sorry. So as of May 3rd, 2021, the partnership is such that Hawaiian First Nations through Humis Ventures Limited Partnership owns 35% of the business and Western owns the remaining 65%. Next slide. This is a map just illustrating in the paler green, those are the areas of TFL 44. In the yellow outline, that is the Hawaiian Hahuli. Am I saying that correctly? Hahuli. Thank you. So you see the significant touch of the Hawaiian territory and TFL 44 sits over that, but we all know which one of those came first.
Next slide is 3 sacred principles that often in Hawaiian and as well New Channel. Just before getting into that, just wanted to recognize on Hawaiian side, one of our Hatwith here, Yahlua with Hawaiian. So we have 3 guiding principles that's ingrained to our treaty. We signed our treaty in 2011. And the first on top there is Isak, which is respect. The second one there is U'athlak, is taking care of. And Hishik Masawak, which is everything is one, everything is connected. And these things are guiding Hawaii through all our decision making. So whether we're doing decisions in governance or we're doing decisions in business, these 3 things are ingrained into our decision making. So the history of the partnership goes over a timeline here from 2017 on. It goes much farther back than that, but just a glimpse here. In 2017, building the foundation, Western sells the dryland sort at Sarita Bay to Hawaiian. Transaction includes a long-term lease back to the site back to Western. In 2018, Kuwait and Western signed a reconciliation protocol agreement reaffirming their commitment to seeking mutually beneficial opportunities and revitalization of the forest sector in the Alberni Valley. August 22nd, 2022, the partners announced they are working together to explore potential alternative ownership structures in Kuwait's traditional territories pursuant to the reconciliation agreement. December, TFL 44 is formed and Kuwait acquires a 7% interest in TFL 44 LP. In 2019, March Kumis Limited Partnership, wholly owned by Kuwait, completes a 7% acquisition of TFL 44 from Western. In 2020, March 16, the partners announced Kumis will acquire a majority ownership in TFL 44. So it's in 2020. In 2021, the partners announced the completion of Kumis' acquisition of an incremental 28% ownership interest in TFL 44 for a total of 35%. Now, we're going to try to play the video. Who's playing the video? Okay, Kendry's going to try. I think we have a second here. I think they're going to switch from one laptop to another. Oh, that's a bulky laptop. I haven't seen something that bulky in a while. Well, since we have time, I just wanted to recognize Amish and Robert and the others for doing a great introduction. As my niece Jolene mentioned, the last time that a potlatch was hosted here was in 2019, did I say? 2020, long time ago. And so I don't know if people here from the Valley probably know, but for others that are visiting us, the athletic hall is a place where we do business. So a lot of the nations in will come here to Port Alberni to host their potlatches. Ends up being a great place to come because we know everybody in New Channel territory comes to Port Alberni to go to Walmart. So if you ever want to see a cousin, you just have to go to Walmart. You know you'll pass somebody.
Where I'd like to begin is that.
Yeah, it was great to hear the music. I can't wait to come back again. Who's going to host the first potlatch?
Where I'd like to begin is that in 1859, when Edward Banfield, or Eddie Banfield, came to Where I'd like to begin is that in 1859.
How we doing? Sound as usual. Yeah. Yeah. If my bro Wishkey was here, he could definitely narrate over top of that.
When
Me, on the other hand,
Banfield, or Eddie
that's too
Banfield,
much. like we have to stay within this perimeter. We can't move. Ooh, I feel if we get too close to electronics right now. Oh, okay. We good? All right. Okay, so I think what we'll do, Kindri, is we'll be able to share through either VIEA channels or Western VIEA channels the video that we're going to show. Correct? Great. Or you can just email it and go to all the attendees as well. So we'll continue on. So as Shauna mentioned, what we're going to do is just walk through some slides here, but do it in a way that's like a talk show type. Yes. So Shauna is Ellen. Without the dance moves, really? I think she has dance moves. So yes.
Into our area. He was the first white settler. He wrote an article on Victoria descent. In that article, he was talking about Tseshaht. And he's talking about this is what my character is describing the article. And at the end of his article, he says, Tseshaht controlled it all. And that always has captured my eye. What the first white settler saw. Unbelievable. 100% utilizing that territory. Responsible for ultimately the grandparents are land. And then fast forward towards the one of the past the elder and one of those wanted to pull our land, so they should participate. And we'll find another way. That was step one. Our first portion of our in which we agree with that they would allocate to keep and we made it so problem so we were having as possible that we start out very small. I invested in the group. It's a fact that, like I mentioned, we showed people that make a business venture with it. Produce for the company we're working with. Those are exciting times because like we become and they were to take the next step. And that was to harvest the longer fields of course. So we got that and we got that very successful. We made money on that project. We logged all that wood within 3 years. In 2004, the province of British Columbia offered the Tseshaht First Nation a program under the province where they allocated us funds and they allocated us a license. And when we were we kept around it wasn't low for our character, we're taking up a lot of winter, but yeah, you want to pay us that year, way less wood. We disagree, but we took that for, and they want. He said, wait a minute now, we need to have cedar for our patient. We said, we were then we're 17,000.
So gently. My pinky's coming out here. It's like- yeah. Yes. Okay, are we good? All right, as we mentioned, we'll send the link out. Just to check though, for people attending on Zoom, I did see the chat box there. Are they able to hear us now? And see us? Good to go? Great. Okay. All right, stand right in the middle. Don't get too close to the speakers. Okay, well, moving on. So the idea here, myself and Shauna, again, as I mentioned, I sit on council. Shauna has her spot with Western there, and we've worked with Chief Councilor Robert and VP Shannon for quite some time now. So we thought we would be good to MC and to ask questions of these two amazing leaders and even put them on the spot a little bit. So our first category or conversation topic here is going to be living economic reconciliation. So I guess we can decide who wants to answer first, whether Chief Counselor or VP want to start. But the first question is, how does the partnership work?
I'm a little nervous, but we'll see. There, that worked. I'll say through very effective delegation. Robert delegated this question to me. And living reconciliation, I think, is a really important title. The partnership works through constant communication. So there's mechanisms that we have set up, there's structures, lots of legal aspects of this agreement, but really it works through communication. We sit together, we manage this business together, and we're working together towards a common vision. The partnership itself has a board, an independent board that's separate from Western and Huu-ay-aht, and it has Huu-ay-aht representation. Clishan, head hereditary chief of the Huu-ay-aht First Nation, sits on the board, and we work together. We have a 7-member board, which I would say at one point you spend a lot of time in negotiations talking about, how does a partnership work? And you have 4 members from one side and 3 from the other, but really in the end, you're all working together towards a common vision, and it ends up being very much a consensus decision-making process, which I very much appreciate. So TFL 44, the board, the organization, the business that you see here that operates TFL 44, the operation is independent of our separate businesses, and it's we collectively will direct the manager of TFL 44 and provide strategic direction for that business, but we do that together as a board.
Real careful here. Thank you, Shannon. I just want to add a couple of things that are very important. The first one, it was very important to clearly define the role that Huu-ay-aht will play in this partnership. And with that, as Shannon mentioned, Clishan is on the board, and he not only sits on the board, he's very active with his Huu-ay-aht in terms of defining what sustainable management is. And I do know that they spend quite a bit of time reviewing a timber supply analysis of the area and developing that and looking at, what does sustainable forest management look like for Huu-ay-aht. So they spend a lot of time doing that. And then the second most important thing that we took forward was that we recognized we were entering into business. This was no longer a discussion on entitlement. This was a discussion on a business model. And I believe that's the most successful thing for us, is looking at it as a business model and taking it from there. And I do know that this business model has provided a significant return that's greater than anything that we've negotiated with the province. Sure.
So the next question is around goals, and you will both be needing to ask this. And Shannon, I think in your comments earlier, you mentioned a shared vision, so it might be helpful for the group to talk a bit about what that shared vision is from your perspectives. But what were the goals on behalf of each party at the beginning of the journey?
Yeah, I think you and Trevor covered quite well that it has been quite a long journey. And I remember when John Jack and others walked into our office and asked to buy the Tseshaht sort. They asked to sign an NDA. Jeff Cook was there as well. Asked us to sign an NDA and said, we'd like to buy the Tseshaht sort. And we thought, well, that's really complicated because that's a core part of our business. And so we decided and we agreed to sit down and find a path forward together. And that was the start of a vision that, as Robert was saying, we built a business relationship that was on trust. We trusted that the Huu-ay-aht First Nation walking into our office was there to work with us, and we wanted to work together. And so as we stepped forward, we figured out Tseshaht, really tough issues, worked through that, did it in a problem-solving way where we knew we would get to the other side and find these solutions. And then we said, well, what else? What are we going to do next? And that's where we started building a vision for the long term for the Alberni Valley. And from an objective for Western Forest Products stepping into this, I have to say the journey has been one of discovery. I'm not sure we knew what our objectives were at the beginning because we didn't know what was possible. And as we started working together and started exploring these opportunities together, we started to realize just how much stronger we were together. And that opportunity has been one of the most amazing things I've ever had the luxury and the opportunity to do in my career, learning so much, being able to discover and build things together. So the objectives that we started were probably very different than where we are today. And the vision that we have is long-term. It's over 20 years. So it's over 100 years as we're looking at these forests and we're looking at our future together.
And what I could add to that is that it was really important for us to have Western honor our core values, and I think that's something we've done very well. We respect Western in terms of their business entity they have, and Western respects VIEA in terms of the cultural values and what skills we bring to the table, and that's really important to have the respect of each other. If you don't have that respect for each other, your chances of success are minimized. So we're really happy there. And the fact that we had a shared goal on what our forest land should look like was another big one. And one of the things that I'm really proud of when it comes to fishery renewal, Western was the first player outside of our organization to come to the table and contribute $125,000 annually over 3 years, and that matched what we were doing. And then that helped now that we have Mosaic coming to the table saying that they're willing to do something. So there was a benefit to this of working together, having a shared vision, a shared goal. And so we're looking at that. And then the fact that we say Hishuk Matsawak, everything is one. I'm really happy that Western respects the way it and says, VIEA, can you do a HFN 101 for our staff or our workers? And that becomes really, really important in molding a really good relationship too.
Another important question, I think, for the group today. How does the partnership support economic development and jobs in the Alberni Valley?
For me, it's very rewarding to watch what is happening. It's really rewarding to watch how many jobs are being created in the valley and where they're going, what we can do. One of the things I liked with Tseshaht when we got down to APD, and we said I think we needed 8 workers or something, and we agreed, okay, 4 for Tseshaht and 4 for VIEA, and those jobs became available. The people that are working there are happy to be working there. And I do know too that with all of us doing our forestry activity, we employ a lot of contractors. A lot of contractors are working for us. And I know we do probably on average of $10 to $14 million a year of contract work. So that means somebody's benefiting, and contractors are benefiting on that end of it, and we're glad they're there because they help us to achieve a return that's beneficial for both sides too.
I think Robert covered it.
That's a great thing when Robert answers first.
Yeah.
Like, I concur. Well said. Next topic is around stewardship and land management. How does a partnership like this one support sustainable resource management while taking into account Indigenous values and the need to protect the environment?
I think in terms of the first one, sustainable forest management, I always like to start from when the VIEA adopted what they call VIEA guiding principles of sustainability. And they passed that, and that's basically become our little our little, our 6 commandments that we have to abide by. And, I'll list some of them. For example, we have to make sure that there's enough forestry resources for future generations. It's said in a much nicer way that most people can understand it. But, forestry for future generations is really important. And the ability to balance economic and cultural needs is a really important factor. Taking care of the salmon streams in our territory. We at one time had 35 salmon streams that provided salmon for the Waiat First Nation. We're now down to maybe 6 or 7 that do. So we got a lot of work to do there. And that's really important. And then the other thing too is, the diversification of the ecosystem. We have to look after everything there. And the one that I like that comes from late Cletion Spencer Peters, he always said, whatever you take out, you must put back in. And that's the one thing that I like when I look at our forest management. When I drive that road, I look at areas that have been logged and I see a lot of cedar in there. So to me, that forest management is looking after future generations, looking after the cedar for our future generations, which is really important. So that in terms of sustainable forest management from a Waiat perspective is really important. But I also respect what Western brings to the table, and because they got to deal with we do now, another bureaucracy in Victoria. We have to meet their criteria of the license, and that's really, really important. And then in terms of how we incorporate Waiat values into the way forestry is practiced in our traditional territory, I think one of the ways I did mention already that Western is willing to take an HFN 101. What does that mean? How are we going to apply it? When are we going to apply it? What are we going to do? So those are really, really, really important in terms of how we want this to pan out for future generations, because that's what we have to look at. That became the most important element of looking what is there for future generations. And so I thank Jeff and the other Otway hereditary chiefs of our nation of factoring that in and passing that. And they did add that one, the 6th commandment, if we want to call it that, is that it was what you take out, you must put back in. True.
Thanks, Robert. It is always intimidating, but also better to follow Robert for sure. I think one of the things I look back through time, and I've read a lot of leadership books. I've read a lot of, just the standard, this is how you should manage business. You always start with a vision. And I think what I've learned from the Waiat and working with the Waiat is you start with the vision, ancient spirit, modern mind, 6 principles of sustainability, and the sacred principles of respect, taking care of, and everything is one. It does help guide you. And I've learned so much from that. And I look towards what we can accomplish together because we're working together to adopt those principles. As we look at forestry, look how it's practiced and work together to refine how we move forward together. So I think that's an incredible opportunity, and it's been incredible to learn from how those guiding principles and the sacred principles can work within the business context as well. So I'm the Chief Forester of Western Forest Products. I live and breathe sustainability. That's what I do for a living, and every day I learn. And we are spending time together through the Hitchcock-McSawick Integrated Resource Management Plan to plan how forestry is done together within the Waiat territory, and to learn together going forward as to how we employ that vision in the future.
There is one thing I'd like to add, and that when we entered the treaty process, one of the things that we always factored into our thinking was that we would meet provincial standards, and where we can, we would exceed provincial standards. And in our forestry management, there are quite a few areas that we exceed provincial standards. And that becomes beneficial for our people to hear that. Our people like it when we say that, instead of logging 58,000 cubic meters, we only log 50,000. Instead of having a 50-meter buffer, we had a 200-meter buffer. Instead of planting 1,200 trees, we planted 1,400 trees. So just things like that, where we work our hardest to exceed provincial standards. And that helps us a long way with the province, that they know that this is the kind of work that we're doing.
Thanks. You see the time, George, are we okay for time? We're good? Great. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Feel free to take out the hook if you need to, but direct benefits to this partnership. What are the benefits for VIEA?
Tana, money, dollars. That is one of the factors, and that's really important. And I think the relationship is really something, because I know if we didn't have this relationship, Trevor, we wouldn't be able to move forward the way that we are now. That it's a respectful relationship, and then there's the jobs for Hwayet. When we started this particular down this road, we're now up to 44 people working in the forestry industry. So that's helped us considerably. It's helped us to expand other business opportunities. When we make the money, we put it into doing other things. And I'm really happy that there's always going to be something that we want to do moving forward. And I learned something from business: investment income. You know, that enables you to dream of what your next project's going to be.
Shannon, can you speak for Western? Benefits to Western?
Yeah, for sure. I would say stability. I think there's a place here where we're working together to create that, again, that vision, that future, and the stability for everyone here in the Alberni region. I believe partnerships are the future, and I think the stability that it provides employment and looking ahead to be able to look at an aging workforce and to be able to say, hey, you know, we're actually going to invest in our future and invest in each other, and the stability that it brings is important for sure.
So a bit more about kind of the history of how you got here. And you may have touched on some of this already, so we can, if there's anything else to add, not at this point. Okay. Challenges, this is a good one. Partnership like this and the evolution that it's had must have faced a number of challenges along the way. Can you speak a bit about some of those and how you guys overcame them?
I'd like to speak to two things specifically. We had an extreme internal challenge, and that's with our people. And it wasn't that this project was a bad thing, it was that it was a new thing. It was a new way of doing business. And to sell this idea to our community was a challenge by itself. And I think now what's helped us is that when we start to say, oh, here's the return, and what will really help, and I know Jeff will like this, when we start giving dividends to our citizens about that coming from this business opportunity. And that's the one. And then the second one, the huge challenge is that we were in the process of, and have been, I would say now for about 3 years, we've had this idea of developing an integrated resource management plan. And one of the challenges of getting that off the ground was the cost to do that work. And we were finally able to convince the province to assist with that. Western came to the table with that, and then we also came to the table with that. And we figure over the next 2 years, it's going to cost us about $750,000 to do that work. And so that's the big challenge. And emerging out of that big challenge is that our community has been concerned about old growth in our territory. And what we decided we wanted to do, let's develop this integrated resource management plan that'll prescribe how we manage old growth forests in our territory moving forward. And we want to say that the most challenging thing is having outside people respect what we want to do. We want to develop our own plan, and we want to apply that plan to our lands. That's really important. It's our land. It's our future. It's our decision. And that's what we want people from the outside to respect. And unfortunately, there's some people don't respect that. And I would hope that they would start to look at what we're doing and seeing what we're trying to do. And the big picture will come out when that plan is developed and released in 2 years. That's going to be the tell-all. This is how we're going to successfully and sustainably manage our forest lands within our territory.
Thanks, Robert. I'll maybe pick up on that last point that you made. One of the big challenges that we had together was March, I think it must have been the 20th of March, around that date, 13th. Oh, yeah, where we actually signed the transaction. We've been working on this for a year and over a year, and it was a lot of hard work, and you're really excited about getting it completed, and we released, I think it was the 13th. And on the 14th, we actually made national news for having an incident in TFL 44 where fallers interacted with some protesters, and some pretty awful language was put out into the world. And that was a challenge for us. And what it made me realize was the strength of the relationship in working through all the challenges that we had to put the agreement together really was required for us to be able to pull together and actually have a common response in relation to that incident. To be able to pull together as a team when you've actually just established yourself, you don't know what your structure looks like, you're not sure who's doing what by when, and you're faced with a national news story. And it wasn't easy. And I will say that through that challenge, what we learned is that we actually stood on Hawaiian values. It was the Hawaiian values that brought us through. And we did that together. And some of these challenges can actually build relationships. It felt very uncomfortable, I will say, through that process. And it was very uncomfortable by necessity, but we were able to work through that together in those challenges. And I'm very proud of how we were able to manage through that together. I'll say, looking at Western, we're a big company, small from other standards, but you know, from a company on the coast. And you've got a lot of people within a company that you need to be able to bring along with you. And we're doing that together by ensuring that we have good leadership. Robert mentioned HFN 101. Wamish, we were talking about Tseshaht 101 as well. So it's not, we have to learn where we live and make sure all of our employees understand what we're doing and what we're working to accomplish here together. And that's a challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity. And so I think that that's really where we're focused here going forward.
Do we have time for one more question? Yeah, okay. So getting to yes, many stakeholders were involved in getting to where the parties are today. How do you start engaging people both in the community, and Robert, you talked a bit about some of the challenges working with the Hawaiian citizens. How do you, Shannon, working with a biggish, smallish, big company, what are some of the challenges in getting folks engaged and aligned and seeing the vision of where it's going?
Yeah, we're no different than the rest of the world where the social media can dominate and can actually steer the direction, and people have their own views by what they see on social media, and our community is no different. And so the best way to deal with that is to have a community engagement session and say, here's the Hawaiian side of things, and share that information. For example, we'll have Bruce Blackwell and Chris, how do you say his last name? Nino Wamsky, or something, give some information on timber supply information and sharing that. And once people understand that, they get a better grasp of what's happening. But the most important thing is that you got to meet with the people. There's a late man that I admire named George Watts. Information is the best tool that you could have in your toolbox. Provide the information to the people. Don't hide anything. Be very transparent about what you're doing and how you're doing it. And once we got over that internal challenge, that was the really good thing to do. And certainly from other perspectives, when you look at the province and what they're doing, developing policy, sometimes that policy is ahead of us. Sometimes that policy is developed without consultation, and that particular policy can greatly impact us. And I do know, like say for example, in the forest industry right now, the whole issue of stumpage is a big one now. The one thing I call it back now is that the province gave us a little goodie for a while, and now they're clawing it back somehow. True.
Great. Thanks. I look at the question, there's a few points to this. Just right on the edge here. Yeah, there's a few points to this as well, which is what other opportunities is there for involvement within TFL 44? And we actually structured the limited partnership to provide opportunities for others to participate as well. So in addition to the ownership interest that the Hawaiian hold in TFL 44, there's opportunities for other area First Nations to also acquire ownership interest in TFL 44 to broaden out the ownership base. Western's goal is to stay in for the long term. We want to be here for the long term, but we are fine being minority shareholders. And to work within a construct in this case here, where we're all working together, and we're looking forward to future and what that looks like. We also, as part of the announcement, had announced an ownership interest within the Alberni Pacific Division here in town of the Hawaiian First Nation. We've postponed that and provided an option for 2023, just to ensure that we're stepping towards that. It's challenged through COVID and everything that's occurring, but it's also important to ensure there's a connection between the timberlands and the manufacturing. And that's something that we early on recognized together. And I believe Hawaii had members go to Japan to actually see the markets. I would say the way one thing I would can say always hire the best, I would say. And we did a manufacturing study where Robert said, go out and find the best. And we jointly did a study together that would look at the manufacturing base here in Alberni and look at the future here for what the opportunities will be. So that's one of the other things that we're looking forward to doing together is figuring out that manufacturing aspect as well. So.
Great. Follow up to that is how have other First Nations on the island been included and will also benefit from this partnership?
Yeah, so I think part of what we're having these conversations, TFL 44 LP is an innovative model. It's not something we've ever done before as a company, and it's something that we're looking at more broadly across the coast as a potential opportunity to work with others on. And I think, the successes that we're seeing here are something that's potentially replicable elsewhere too. So these conversations are important, and it's important to hear from both parties as to where we see the value in this relationship so that we can look at that and be able to potentially emulate in other places of the province.
There's two areas that I look at in terms of this component. And when we sit down with other First Nations, we're very hopeful that they will begin to look at the contractors that they have, and then hopefully even having their own contract group within their own nation and pursuing activity there. That's always a good one. So that's going to be hard, but that's something that in my view will take a while. And the second one is that I'm looking forward to the day when it's more than just a Hawaiian and Western. I really am, because I would really encourage other First Nations that this is a very worthwhile opportunity to pursue.
Thank you. Okay. We're gonna go past that next slide. I was just reflections on things that we've heard through the presentation. So we're gonna go to questions. I want to thank Robert and Shannon for being on the panel to do that presentation. George, how are we going to handle questions here? Is there 10 minutes? Okay, great. So we'll put it out there to questions, and I take it we're not able to take questions virtually, right? Correct? But we'll take questions. I think the room's small enough we can be able to run mics or be able to hear from where you guys are sitting. So just wondering to the group here, any questions of Robert or Shannon or the group? I can't read, so you guys will have to say your name.
You mentioned that you're doing an overall strategy and it's 2 years in the making, or will be done in 2 years. That's not too far off. Obviously, the government's under a lot of pressure to do something about overgrowth. I think TFL 44 is probably 70% overgrowth. How do you reconcile that if all of a sudden the government starts making announcements regarding
One of the things that I see that's really critical for the province is this falls into that category of consultation. In order for us to meaningfully consult and come up with a plan, we need the time to develop the plan. So we want to say to the province, give us the time to do this work before you make any announcements, put any future deferrals. That's the simplest way I could put it. And I would hope that they would honor that request.
Concur?
Yes, no, for sure. I think everybody sees, everyone watches the news for sure. We understand the pressure. And I think the key thing here is to ensure that we have a balanced, measured approach and working together to be able to, plan the land base in a really good way. And we're certainly invested in working with VIEA and other First Nations to be able to figure that out together. And there may be some short-term things that we need to do together as well, but I think that's an important piece is that it's together, sure.
Great, thanks for the question. Any other questions?
The one thing I like to say to people is that a lot of times we focus on why we can't do something. I always like to give advice, find a way of how you can do it. Spend your energy finding a way to make it happen. And I know I came from a world where it used to be, oh, we can't do that, we failed. So we don't do anything. So my advice is always very simple. Let's get out of that cultural world where we say we can't do it. Let's get into that new world and say, this is how we can do it moving forward. And I hope that helps, because that's about the simplest advice I can. And that once you learn the hows, you delve into the detail. And again, my late friend always said, the devil's in the detail, right? And so, always find a way to do it.
Just to quickly summarize, Mayor from North Cowichan, correct? And he just had to mention about a license that they hold, and they have an MOU with local First Nations, and they had an AAC of 20,000, is that correct? Okay. I'm just repeating that for people online right now because they I can hear Robert and Shannon give the answer, but they didn't hear the question. One thing that I just wanted to add on there, if I can, I mentioned that I sit on the board here for VIEA. You know, one of the things that I think is really important for small business, whether you're Indigenous or non-Indigenous, is relationships are so important. And it seems like in forestry right now, it's even more important because there's a lot of people in your same position. At 20,000 small licenses, it ends up being you can do something and then, you know, you have to spend a period of time afterwards not seeing benefits from that resource. In the short time that I've been able to be a part of VIEA and be on council and hold the ECDEB portfolio and seeing what we've done through TFL 44, I think it's shown me an example that when people do come together, you can find solutions. I've heard before when I wasn't in this position, I was in tourism for 20 years. And, you know, on the coast here, tourism is starting to grow quite significantly over the 2 decades. And what I hear is forestry is a sunset industry. It's no longer the same as what it used to be before. And so I came into that 2015. That was kind of what I heard a lot of people within the non-forest circles say. It's like it's over, you've cut down all the trees, it's gone. But it seems like over the last 6 years, it seems like Kuwait and Western keep on showing that no, there is opportunity, but it is important through this opportunity that relationships are really important to figure out. So yeah, I imagine there's a lot of relationship building opportunities there for Cowichan and the First Nations there in the area. Next question. And George, you can just let me know when we're getting close to the end. 4 minutes. Okay. In the back. I think that was just George putting his hand up. Unless you had a question, George. And George, or go ahead, Zord.
Wood debris that is left, in the forest and in the water as well too. Do you guys plan, or as part of your integrated forest management, do you have that included in? And if you can share your vision, are we ever going to come to the point where we don't leave anything in the forest or in the water and take everything that we cut?
Yeah, I'll start and then pass it over to Robert, but absolutely, wood waste and looking at options for utilization is front and center for the businesses we're looking forward at the vision. We all know there's challenges at this point in time with technology and other things, but those are things that we need to overcome. I think Robert mentioned before that, you know, when there's a will, there's a way. And we need to make sure we're focusing on that. We're looking at through the manufacturing study and engaging external expertise to ensure that we're actually exploring all technologies and not just looking at the status quo for sure. So absolutely front and center. Have we figured it out? No, but we do need to focus for sure. And it is a priority for our business. For sure.
Yeah, thanks, Lord. I have a monumental task here. My biggest critic for waste lives in my household, and that's my wife. She always asks, why do you guys leave all those piles of wood, like when we're driving it? And she raised it at the People's Assembly. And unfortunately from there, Stan came up with a pilot project to try and deal with some of that. And so we started putting into chips and delivering it to the local mill here. So that's one of our small initiatives. But like Shannon said, I hope we can find a perfect plan that'll end up, you know, reducing, at the very least, minimizing our waste. But it would be nice if we're doing something with that product, and that there's other opportunities that we need to explore. And that's why our door is open. For example, I know up north, they do a lot of the pellets and that stuff they do. So, you know, like we need to be innovative here and start finding ways of is there something we can do with that waste?
For sure. And we have the pulp companies in the room too, which are a big part of the solution as well. And, you know, it's an ecosystem and it's everybody needs to work together on that for sure.
Excellent that we should be ending this session on the topic of waste because our next topic is about VIEA's two-year pilot project on waste reduction and fire mitigation. Chief Dennis, Shannon, Trevor, Shauna, thank you so much for this session and for your participation. It's been great to hear this story. We're going to take a 15-minute break. There's coffee and other things out here. And when we come back, we'll be looking at wood waste and reduction of that. Thank you, everyone. Okay, our next session is wood waste recovery and fire mitigation pilot project. 2 years ago, the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance received funding from the Rural Dividend Fund to enable us to embark on this project. We're very aware that not only is it difficult for small enterprise that's adding value to wood products to find the fiber that they need for doing that manufacturing, but we also recognize that in the statistics that the government was releasing at the time. In fact, we talked about this at our last wood forum that was held in 2019 with the Cowichan tribes in Duncan, that the government identified that there was 20% avoidable waste of fiber in the cut blocks on Vancouver Island. And we thought that just wasn't good enough and that we needed to find a way to make it affordable and for there be a business case for return on investment to manage this fiber differently and make it available for manufacturing. At the same time, of course, there are concerns of forest fire and the need for fire mitigation. And also the other piece of this is working towards a time when we no longer have slash piles burning with all of the concerns we have for the quality of our air. So we've been working on this for 2 years, and I'm delighted that we have some data to share finally, and more to come hopefully. And we have Cindy Stern of Stern Sustainable Strategies has been the leader on this project, working also with Graham Sakaki of the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Regional Research Project out of the Vancouver Island University. I'm glad we still have time for the session after giving your title. And the project that we have been able to gather some data from, we did in collaboration with the Comox and Qualicum First Nation, and Guy Wright of the Comox First Nation is here also to participate in this storytelling. So thank you very much to the three of you, and away we go.
Thank you, George, for introducing us. And oh, do we have somebody?
Yep, I've got it there.
Okay, can go. So we'll cover a few things. I'll talk a little bit about how we got to the beginning of the project and a little bit about how we started it, what our findings were. And Graham will talk about the pilot project itself and some of the data we collected, some of the challenges and some of the successes. And Guy will share some of his experience in our pilot project. So to get the sense of the licensee's view of doing the work that we're doing. And we'll talk about some of the lessons learned and next steps that we hope to take, because we hope to continue this work. And we'd love to have any of you out here who might be able to help us move that forward. Would be great. As George already said, we initiated the wood recovery and fuel reduction project, kicked it off at the last wood forum we had, which was in June 2019. And after that, we had between July and September, we had 4 really great engagement sessions with a group of what we called stakeholders and advisors. And when we initiated the pilot project, it was intended to be in North Cowichan, and we had a stakeholder group that that operated within the Cowichan Valley. And then we had advisors who were people across Vancouver Island who had an interest in helping us find solutions to utilization of what up until then we were calling waste, but we've changed that and we don't use the word waste anymore. We call it fiber, residual fiber. And basically because it's only waste if you don't use it. And we intend to use it. And we think there's lots of opportunities and means of using it. The big challenge, and VIEA was aware of this from work they'd done in the past before starting the pilot, was really comes down to money, just like most things do. How do we get that residual fiber that's left in the settings that isn't utilized? How do we get it out in a way that's cost effective? And at the end of the day, it isn't as critical to us in this project as to how it's used, because there's any number of ways of utilizing fiber. And we explored some of those, we'll talk about it briefly, but it's also how do you get it from the setting to processing wherever that may be in a cost-effective way. So our primary objective was to make that waste more, our residual fiber more available to manufacturing, simplifying ways of doing that. And a secondary benefit, of course, is the fuel reduction, the positive impacts on air quality, climate change, the myriad of things that that we can benefit from, and having secondary manufacturing so that we're also creating employment and full utilization of the fiber available. Switch to the next. So as I said, we kicked the meeting off in June of 2019, and we had our sessions. We had of the stakeholder and advisors, our participants, there was 50 of them, and it turned out by chance it was about a split. But what to these various meetings that we had, we were really pleased because especially we had held them primarily in the summer, and we'd have 25 to 30 people attend every one of these meetings, and there's a lot of interest. We talked about at those beginning sessions and those engagements about the wood continuum and how wood was being used on the island, planning and processing opportunities and who's doing what, gap analysis of what is not being done and what needs to be done, basically scoping out the issues and reviewing current practices, looking at new initiatives and some ranking of the current status and what needs to be done first. As I mentioned, we had about 50 stakeholders and advisors involved from across the island, and they ranged from municipal representatives, the forest industry, manufacturing industry, both large and small, First Nations, woodlot owners, forest contractors and consultants, biofuel industry representatives, and representatives from government.
So I'll discuss a few of the preliminary findings from those stakeholder meetings prior to going into the pilot project studies. So one of the first things we needed to know when we had our meetings is, before we launch a pilot project, who are the potential partners? Where does primary and secondary wood end up? And if we're pulling people in, what are the partnerships that we can form? So to go into the project, we have the licensee, the primary contractor, and then potentially a secondary contractor. And then where does that secondary residual fiber end up? So we created a map. This is a little bit squished up, but you can see the different bullet points here. There's actually 140 different locations on there. It's just that some are very concentrated, so they're layered on top of each other due to the size of the map. But this was a pretty important piece of data for us to start looking at, to say, this will help us with distance too. This will help us with telling people, if you're gonna set something up, maybe this is a good location. There's already resources available to support. And then what we did is we asked these 50 stakeholders, or there was 35, I think, at this event at the day that we collected this data. But what are the greatest challenges contributing to wood waste? And as you can see here, distorted market pricing is extremely high, return on investment expectations, economic cost of removing the fiber from the land is greater than the actual value that you get once you've taken it to the secondary location. And the list goes on. So a lot of different concerns, but this was kind of a voting system. So we've highlighted the few most important. The next question that we asked them was to identify the greatest impacts attributed to the current level of wood waste. And here we're looking at the lack of available innovation for wood products. And that's something that we'd really like to tackle throughout. Lost economic opportunities for non-tenured manufacturers, fiber shortage in the general sense. So if you are going to start a secondary business utilizing residual fiber, are you going to have access to enough of that fiber when it comes down to it? And then planning for the waste in the primary planning stages, wildfire risk, air quality, and other health concerns. And again, the list goes on. And then the last question we asked is, what would you identify as the greatest opportunity for increased utilization of usable wood waste or residual fiber? And number one, no surprise, was economic activity. So creating jobs in the job market, employment, diversification, and revenue, followed closely by increased supply of local fiber, and then utilizing wood waste in a processed or raw form.
So as I said, we initially started the project, was intended to be in North Cowichan, and our partners that we worked with was FP Innovations. We're continuing to work with FP Innovations, Cowichan Forest Services, Nanaimo Forest Products, fondly known as Harmac, and Rosewell Forest Tenure. And the Rosewell Forest Tenure is owned by, in partnership by the Qualicum First Nation with the Comox First Nation. And we invited different people to come and speak to our sessions and talk about what of their areas of interest for utilizing residuals. And the greatest interest in people, group that we talked to were those who are looking at biofuel. And we had presentations from 4 different companies: Cascadia Projects, Biocarbon Forward, G4 Insights, and Arteran Renewables, all looking at different types of biofuel, black pellets, and what's it, the natural gas?
Yeah, G4 Insights is natural gas.
Yeah, so it was really interesting, and these companies were all at various stages of being ready to go operational. Some of them were looking at pilots, some of them already had some testing, and some of them were very theoretical. But we found that very interesting. We also had people in the wood salvage industry speak to us, and Huok Forestry, who some of you may know, manages woodlots on the east side. And we wanted to share, and we asked everybody to sort of share with us some of their experiences and challenges with accessing residual fiber. And it kind of was across the spectrum of being able to have access to utilize residual fiber, all the way to being able to may have access to it, but being able to get it to processing economically. And then also some of them are working on developing international markets for their product. And some of them were fairly well advanced, especially with biofuels. There's a huge demand internationally, and particularly in third world countries that are utilizing coal and want to get away from coal. So there are countries that are working on trying to achieve some goals under climate change and looking for alternatives to fossil fuels. So those were some of the innovations and partnerships we explored.
Super. So I'll describe briefly the first pilot project that we facilitated. And the original plan, as Cindy mentioned prior, was to focus our project in the Cowichan Valley. Originally to work with Cowichan Forest Services, but we had a few difficulties launching that project with all the different pieces we needed. So a variety, and COVID didn't help the situation. We tried to launch this project at a pretty difficult time. We got through, as Cindy said, the first 4 meetings with stakeholders, and that's when COVID hit. And things, as everybody know, kind of leveled off for a little bit. So we were thrilled that we could still get a project moving forward, partnering up with Guy, with Rosewall Forest 10-year LP, with Comox and Qualicum First Nation to launch the pilot project. At the beginning, the intention was to include Nanaimo Forest Products, Harmac, in the project. Unfortunately, I'll describe later why we weren't able to do that at the end. When Rosewall was creating their request for proposal, they actually wrote into the RFP that the primary harvester who bids on the project needed to use ministry roadside residual handling guidelines. And really what we were trying to avoid was them creating haystacks out in the cut block and bringing that residual to roadside and stacking it for ease of residual removal later, which we were successful with. At that point, the primary harvester started his operations and shortly, well, I shouldn't say shortly thereafter, after the operations, after a short snow break, we had to wait on some snow to melt to go in. My team from Vancouver Island University met FP Innovation, specifically Stu Spencer, who's one of who's considered one of the experts in British Columbia at residual fiber, and got training from them. So using line transect methods for dispersed residual and residual pile geometric volume measurements for the stacked roadside. We surveyed 2 blocks in Rosewell. The first block was approximately 28 hectares. We ran 26 dispersed plots and 16 residue piles. And the second block, just a short distance away, was 15 hectares. We ran 17 dispersed plots and 5 residual roadside piles for our data collection. And that's us actually out in the field there. Both blocks had a little bit less residual fiber than anticipated, with estimates suggesting nearly 10% more fiber than anticipated was potentially removed from the site. So that's from the timber crews, and then the assumed amount of merch taken out and assumed residual on site. I think the primary logger, and Guy might know better, but was taking tops down to potentially down to 2 inches, some 4 inches. We measured some 6 on site. So there was a variation of tops on site, and then taking down to 2-inch tops probably on the cedar and the fir that came out of the block. We also assumed, because there was that delay in when the blocks were primary harvested and then when we came in for data collection, that approximately 40 oven dry tons has been taken from the blocks by firewood harvesters. And that's assuming about 1 oven dried ton of wood can be removed in a pickup truck stacked full. So we ran FPI's working on a new app to measure residual waste on blocks called BIOS. We ran this, all our data through their validation, and we found that block 1 had approximately 73 oven dry tons per hectare available as residual fiber, and block 2 had 43.8 oven dry tons per hectare available. So this is a look at FPI's BIOS app, and it's already available for download if anybody wants to utilize it. And there's 7 great videos that run you through it. But what you're looking at the very top here is this is the total oven dried ton in volume from the timber crews. This is the actual merch oven dried ton, and this is the remaining biomass on site. So we're looking at the first block here. Natural loss we had to account for, because from the time that the primary harvesting was done and the time that we actually went in, we had to account for needle and leaf loss from the trees. So we removed some 500 oven dry tons for that. And then there's cutover residue, which is just kind of crushed, broken limbs that can't be moved. We take that down, we drop it to the bottom, and then expect that there's 2,360 oven dry tons at roadside. From that, there's a amount for not recovered, and that's due to technical efficiency. So what can the machine operator grab from 50 meters and bring to roadside, and what's left behind? And it brings you down to the recovered biomass. So assuming right now there is 2,000 oven dry tons available for pickup at that block. As we look at the next block, you know, same scenario, and then you get down to the bottom, and that's 650, sorry, oven dry tons. So together there's about 2,600 oven dry tons. We called one oven dry ton a pickup truck load. When we look at distance and transport, these numbers are probably the reason why you're going to say this is why nobody takes residual. But I want to warn you that these are skewed to the highest end. So the transport distance from the block to where Harmac would have had to take it, which is Chambers down in Chemainus, was 105 kilometers of primary road, so highway road. On top of that, 7.5 kilometers of secondary road and 2.8 kilometers of tertiary road leading into the block. So, you know, totaling that up, you're looking at about 115 kilometers from site to site. This next bullet, I apologize. This is not assuming a grinder and loader. This is assuming a loader and bin trucks. So the idea with this was to collect. We wanted stack trucks first for removal of pulp, but then also bin trucks to remove the smaller pieces of residual. What we found on the site is that there's a grade on the secondary road that's too steep for bin trucks to maneuver up properly without losing traction on the back axle. So we'd actually need a skidder to bring the bin tracks up to the actual blocks. So we're accounting for $44 per oven dry ton in total for loading, and then $63.89 per oven dry ton for transportation from this particular block. But when we look at this, if this were able to be chipped on site during primary harvest without an issue with slope getting in, then the range on the grinder and loader can go all the way down to $20 per oven dry ton. Again, we need the data to prove this, so this is speculation right now. And then with transportation, if these were on haystack or loader trucks rather than bin trucks, it could range down to $29 per oven dry ton. If it was chipped and into a large bin truck, that again, $29 per oven dry ton. So we might be able to get this down potentially to $49 on that site if all things were perfect. What do you guys?
Partner, land manager for Rosewall, working with everybody was efficient and streamlined. Communication was clear and concise. I didn't really have to put a lot of time into the project other than talking to my harvester, and then most of my communication with Graham, phone call here and there. It's all good. So the pilot project had no direct or indirect costs associated with standard operations. We worked it into the bid. We looking forward. We'll definitely try and do another project with Cindy and Graham, and we have even engaged in talks to see if we can do another one next year, 2022. And then I'll be just for KFN. It won't be for Rosewall. It'll be for KFN tenure.
So when we looked at the data, thanks, Sky. When we looked at the data from the first pilot project, what we'd really like to see is multiple pilot projects. So I'm thinking between 7 and 10 overall. to give us enough data to have more clarity on providing, usable, quantifiable data to people who are looking for economic opportunities from residual fiber. I think that different forest types are going to be important. So different biogeoclimatic zones and subzones and variants to determine the differences in the fiber that comes out. But some of the successes that we have had to date is the training's been completed and the field methodology has been tested. The partnerships have been formed, as Cindy mentioned, and support strong. So really looking forward to working with Guy and Comox on another project potentially in the spring of 2022 if we have funding for that. One of the successes I think is, that we're here today and speaking about this at the Wood Forum and VIEA's work in bringing this to the local attention and having a look at this problem and trying to figure out a way past it. And I know we're not the only ones to ever look at it. We might not save the world here, but I think with enough data over time, we can contribute to localized utilization of residual fiber on Vancouver Island. And I think that's extremely important. And the more data that we have, the more transparent we are about it, and the more that we share and work together, the further along we can come with this. And whether we're looking for, a social license, whether we're looking just to do the right thing, whether we're looking to reduce fire hazard, whether we're looking at increasing air quality, all those different things, we have to work together and we have to be able to share the data. We can't have secret data. Doesn't really help anybody. We need to get it out there and we need to make sure that, people are aware. Another success is economic opportunities for secondary and tertiary fiber users exist. We've identified some people who are looking to work on these projects with us, and we feel that our data over time can help support their work and looking at determining their business feasibility first of all, and then overall determining their work long term. But with all projects, there were some challenges as well. Cost will always likely be a hindrance for removal of residual fiber, and this is no surprise to anybody. This is not some, wow, I can't believe it, you're kidding. Yeah, that's an issue. I think that collecting enough data will be able to provide more statistically sound data that will be usable and valid to make those tough decisions. Partnerships in larger geographical areas to utilize residual fiber together may be necessary. So just as an example, when you were talking about just before TFL 44 limited partnership, that's quite a lot of land. I'm not trying to push any ideas out there, but if all of the residual fiber from that entire area went to one location, is that enough fiber for an economic opportunity to arise from that? Who knows? Ensuring secondary harvesting coexists with primary harvester, so kind of running in tandem. So right now, what happened is, with our pilot project, the primary harvester did their harvesting. They took out pulp down to 2-inch tops, pretty good job, less residual left. But then by the time the secondary harvester wants to go in, the roads are deactivated. So there's some machine work, the machines are gone. So now you're bringing in new machines. If all that work can happen all at the same time, then you're cutting down a lot of those costs that make it so astronomically high to remove that residual fiber. And then I think lastly, just a change in industry standards and more specifically harvesting standards will help support this. So just as simple as the primary harvester saying, yes, we'll use the ministry's roadside residual handling guidelines rather than piling haystacks, then it makes the, okay, and I should say FPI has done some studies on this, and they are pretty firm on their opinion that there isn't much of a difference, if any, in cost. It's just a difference in training. So it's just not a practice that the primary operators typically used to. It's just something that if they do get used to it, then there actually is no difference in cost. So if you are piling that then at roadside, you're making it easier for that secondary harvester to come in, remove that residual fiber for a price that's beneficial to both parties, and can then create that economic opportunities on the outside. So some lessons learned. So timing of the project work is extremely important, depending on where you work. We were working up in Rosewalt, and unfortunately, when the primary harvesting ended, there were travel restrictions that impacted myself from having field protocols in place at Vancouver Island University, from FPI having field protocols in place, and Ministry of Health Ministry of Health shutting down health districts. So Stu actually couldn't even get to the island. By the time we collected the data, we had to wait for the snowpack to melt. So like I said, timing is an issue, and we know what to expect now, and we're better prepared for our next few pilot projects that are upcoming. Data collection should occur immediately after or during primary harvest. So once the primary is falled and the hauling's starting to take place, that's probably the best time for us to go in and start collecting our data. Partners should meet to plan the logistics prior to harvesting. So I mean, this is kind of a no-brainer, but it's just having all the different project partners on board. So it's potentially the secondary user, which in our original pilot study was going to be Harmac if it was economically feasible. And then, actually, I shouldn't even say economically feasible. We applied to VIEA for a grant to offset the cost of what we knew would be too expensive for them to economically remove the fiber, but still remove it so that we could get those end numbers, because we need the exact numbers. What I showed you was what we projected it, and then the potential best case scenario without the actual numbers. So unfortunately, we were denied on our application by VIEA because we fell within the fiber recovery zone, which we didn't think would impact the application, but it did. Our next couple planned pilot projects fall outside, so I wish we had applied for that. And now VIEA, we're not sure if it's going to come out with another call. So that was definitely a big thing. But the meeting prior is important. I think that if the primary harvester and Harmac had met prior, the primary harvester might have been able to sell Harmac the pulp logs. The pulp logs could be pulled out, and some of the residual could be added to those loads, bringing down those costs, and then a small amount removed from bin trucks. So there is a planning process to everything, and we've learned from that. And I think I just touched on it here, but if the pulp logs potentially can be included in the secondary harvesting costs, it may become more attainable for some partners, like pulp, who are removing hog or residual raw fiber.
So next steps, where do we want to go from here? As Graham already mentioned, we'd like to be able to do 5 to 10 more pilots for collecting data so that we can have sort of a statistical sound analysis, but also so that we can have examples of and data from different areas of the island. As we know, it's quite different. The profile, the sites, the topography, the distance traveled, the type of roads vary significantly from the east side to the west side, and even within those areas. So we definitely need to test this in multiple areas. For the partnerships, what we need is to start with is a tenure holder, and primarily we've had a lot of interest and success in talking to First Nation tenure holders, and we think that's really great. We'd love to see a partnership with the tenure holder and the First Nation if possible. Transportation is a key part of it, and one of the as we worked through the engagement process and talked about some of the challenges, we had people who were in the transportation phase of logging participate in getting more input from them as to how we can address some of the challenges that Graham had already identified, and then the processing side as well. And where is it going? Who are the potential end users? In this first pilot, Harmac was very interested in participating, but is a long distance. And so one of the things you're looking at is how do you, where's the best place for processing? Should it be in the field? Is it getting it to the site? Depending on the end user, the processor, that makes a difference. For example, if somebody established a big pellet plant on the island, it would probably be associated with a mill. If that's the case, then you're taking the material from the site to the mill. But there are other processes that have looked at having more, say, mobile units or satellite units that are smaller that would be right on site producing biofuel or shorter distances. So there's a lot of factors that come into play when you're looking at it. That's why we needed to get a pretty good sense of where is the fuel. So if somebody is looking at a business plan for utilizing, where is the fiber basket for their needs, and is there sufficient fiber that's going to be available on a sustainable basis, and what will the cost be to get it to where they're going to process it. So currently we are having some discussions, as Guy said, with Comox on their license area, and not different license than Rosewall, but Comox's license. We've had some preliminary discussions with VIEA that are really promising. So we'd be very excited and hopefully looking at working with VIEA. And recently an opportunity has possibly come up very soon on the North Island. And I'm not going to name the nation because it's too early yet to kind of put it out there. But if we can get together the resources we need to be able to do that, that would be a great opportunity for another pilot. We're seeking further partnerships, and if there's anybody in the room who is interested in talking to us, we'd love to hear from you. One of the challenges we're having, as Graham already mentioned, is resourcing this. So the BC Rural Dividend Fund project, which is a 2-year project that we have now kind of extended to, it will actually be almost 3 years by the time we're finished it. That funding is basically already used up for the work we've done up until now, and we'll continue to complete that project. But for Graham and his team to get out on site and data collect with FP Innovations, and then in continuing to utilize FP Innovations techniques, we need some further resources for that. We have met with representatives from FLNRO about it. Our general response and sense from there is we're not really holding our breath to get more funding from government. And not terribly surprising, government resources are going to issues like COVID and all the things we hear about as priorities in the province. FVSBC would have been the ideal source, but right now there is no commitment to continue that project. It's completed its mandate. So we haven't heard yes or no, but again, not holding our breath for that. So we are looking for partnerships and other sources that can help us get this work done. We've gotten this far and we'd really like to continue it. And so we'll just keep working and banging on doors until we can get what we need to be able to go out and do this work. There's been so many years, going back to, some of you remember my days being district manager and regional director here on the coast, and that was a long time ago. And even then, the challenges of utilizing fiber is an issue and a concern, and it remains now. And we have even more need to do it today than ever before because of constrained resources, limited AAC, there's less fiber available. And we need to really maximize our utilization and benefits we can gain from the fiber that's available. And we also need to consider the impacts on climate and air quality and employment and all the other losses and negative impacts from either leaving it to waste, to sit on site, or even worse, burning it. So, you know, we really have some hope that this work will help those who are looking for opportunity and looking for fiber to utilize because they have a means of doing it. At the end of the day, what we need to do is be able to find a way to economically get that fiber from the setting to the end user. And one of the things that is needed here is to be sort of looking broader, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to look at innovation, because the end value for biofuel, for example, is higher than for firewood, or chips, or pellets, and we're support any one of those. And in fact, just like anything else, the solution is there's not going to be a magic bullet. It's not going to be one thing that solves this. It's probably that whole range and spectrum of potential users, and then looking on a site-by-site basis of the cost and finding effective ways, cost-effective ways of getting that material to an end user that can then market it and be able to do so at a profit. So I kind of end this with a pitch that we're kind of got to as far as being able to have a plan for how we can build up the information, the database, and that's going to be needed to be able to achieve that. But we need some resources to help us get there. And that's where we're at right now. So thank you for your time, and we're open to questions. Yeah, you want to grab one of these?
Hello. Hello?
Yep.
Perfect. Any specific questions? I do want to say, oh, here we go.
See if I can make this boom. I didn't hear anything about waste penalties in your presentation. Was this private land that didn't have any waste penalties?
No, it was on Crown land, and there would have be waste penalties, but the waste penalties were what's the word, kind of set aside for this period. So, and they haven't brought them back. And you're talking about the increased waste penalties, the 3 times?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the offset between when there's a penalty.
Yeah.
You know, it would offset the costs of the debris.
Yeah, we did factor that into the, that's sort of at the end of the game. Right now, we're collecting data on the actual costs at each step of moving the fiber. At the end result, then you can factor in the, you can factor in what the cost savings were versus the actual cost realized. So that's a kind of a little bit later in the analysis.
So where we seen whatever it was, $100 a oven dried ton, is that $109 of a cubic meter of wood brought to the to Harmac? So
No, per oven dry ton. So oven dry ton and cubic meter is not the same. I don't know the exact conversion right now, but I could get that for you. Yeah. And when we do the report, when we release the report, sorry, we will have it in cubic meters because I know that's more common on the coast.
And lastly, I think, Cindy, you touched on this a little bit regarding biofuel, and you know, now Canfor is partnered with an Australian company, and I mean, that'd be very interesting to see how that proceeds and whether or not that's cost effective.
You know, biofuel is certainly an emerging opportunity, and there is a lot of interest, and there is definite demand. I find that the companies that we've met with and talked to, they do have some challenges, you know, just working through their the whole process they have to go through for getting their products and their processes for producing the product through the federal approval processes. And it's kind of a real complex process to get to the point where you can actually start operating in a commercial way. But there are several companies that are well advanced, and you know, I see that as being probably an area that we're going to see taking up some of this residual fiber in the future, particularly on Vancouver Island. I think that there are some good business models out there that look like they have a lot of potential and traction to move forward. And whether the forest companies are looking at this, like CanForest, I don't know if Western is looking at all at biofuels. Is that something that Western is looking at all, or is that something you can talk about?
There's a lot of tested. Oh, sorry. I'm scared of this now. Yeah, okay. All right. There isn't, I think you mentioned at the beginning, there's sort of the bleeding edge piece, and there's a place where there's not tested technology. There is a few that are coming online for sure, but I think, you know, that end user is really important to try to get higher into the value chain to be able to, you know, have increase the value of the product for sure. So those are definitely things that we've been looking at and exploring. I wouldn't say that there's anything, you know, the saltwater challenge and looking at those is also as from residuals coming out of all our mills. Pretty much every log that's been through the mills in particular has all come out of the water at one point. So you have the saltwater component. So we have to really shift our supply chain to be able to you know, figure out how we ensure that we're directing that fiber into dry zone at this point. But biofuels are emerging for sure, but nothing that we've seen that's been sort of at that stage of development at this point.
Yeah, and that's really good point. That's something else that came up quite frequently in our discussions about looking at innovation in biofuels. Is the challenge of salt is a big issue for some of the products, and others said that it's not. But again, you know, they're not quite at that stage yet to move on. But you know, you can see it's promising. There's a lot of work going on in that area, and so I could see that as being a future opportunity. I don't think, in my mind, as for any tenure holder that has access to fiber, if there is an opportunity at a higher level in the value chain to participate in that, it's kind of a logical thing to explore, and you'd expect to go forward. So we may just be a little bit too soon. It's not quite there yet, but that's why we think that this study and the timing of our study is actually key to do it right now, because as those emerging industries are being developed at their end in terms of getting them ready to be going into production, we are looking at the supply side of what they need in terms of the residuals and how we can help come up with logistically how you handle it on the site and how you reduce the cost to get it from the site to the end user. And that's really where we're focused on, is we're both trying to figure out what the costs are right now, but part of that is then the next step is, okay, how do you reduce some of that? How can you find efficiencies? So it's all part of a puzzle.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Oh, I have experience with this now. I tell things at the beginning. I think here's a safe place. Just wanted to share, as Cindy mentioned and Graham mentioned, that they're in conversations with VIEA, and everybody knows that it's been a challenging year to think about doing a project that might cost our VIEA's forestry business more money in this era of stumpage issues and fee and lieu and all those other terms. As a non-forester, I don't know. But in any case, though, I do think it's important. So VIEA will work with Cindy, Vancouver Island University in the Waste Wood project. Something I want to share from VIEA's perspective, or at least something the way I think about it, is we don't see it as just a license. And we don't just see it as timber. So it's not just a cut block. There's other resources in our lands and our waters that we utilize. I think it's a really good way of approaching things. Is there's the business models we have in place, and those business models always evolve. They always evolve. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. We've gone from the industrial area to this new era of information and technology. And as we've seen through the pandemic, everybody orders from Amazon now, and Sears is an afterthought. Sears was $430 billion in 2001. Now it's Amazon. Amazon's worth, I think, over $500 billion now. And so the approach we're taking in forestry is you always have to be innovative. You always have to do things. And I think I apply tourism to this, because in tourism, you can't do the same tour or accommodation 5 years in a row without adjusting, because everybody that comes and visits your area always wants to grow and experience. And I think you need to apply that to all areas. We're just living in such a fast-paced era. And so I do really see an opportunity here working with Vancouver Island University and what Cindy's doing with the pilot project as an opportunity to help with data, which I think is another key piece. You know, the more data we have, the more opportunities that we have to do things to grow our business. Because at the end of the day, for Indigenous peoples, because I know for Tseshaht and for VIEA and all New Toronto, you know, we all plan to be here for generations to come, because we've been here for time immemorial. So in order for us to be sustainable and resourceful, we need to plan for what's coming for generations to come. And something I shared with my business before is that I had somebody approach me in 2015, and he was interested in doing something similar. They wanted to participate in forestry. And but he was doing something for commercial buildings, and so he was looking at harvesting all the cedar boughs off the tree, because in order to create this product, he had to be there when he harvested. And so he created a cedar oil, like it's very much like what you see when you get a little jar and you put it in your diffuser, and it makes your room smell nice. Well, if you actually do it in a commercial grade way, it actually purifies the air. And so if you've ever been into one of those accommodations in downtown Vancouver and you smell something in the garage when you go to park, it's all the chemicals they use to put into the air filtration system within the hotels. So his idea was using cedar oils to create a natural product. I really like that, because I think it fits within our value system. You know, Robert talked about everything you take, you must put back in. Right now, there's a whole bunch of things we take and we leave on the ground. And so that's how I apply that method of thought about what you take, you put back in. We also, what we're taking, we have to utilize as well as an important piece. So just wanted to add that bit, and also say that VIEA's looking forward to participating.
Thank you so much, Trevor. We do have some time. The kitchen's a little delayed on lunch, so if there's any other questions, please direct them forward. From my perspective, I've been involved with VIEA for over 6 years, and you know, we've shared no less than 5 business plans. I know 3 were very specific to wood industries. One of those business plans has turned into an incredible business out of Victoria. So we are about transparent data. We are about sharing. We are a volunteer board, so we're all about creating economic activity on Vancouver Island. So any assistance that we can get in furthering our rural dividend pilot project and collecting this data is definitely going to be shared with the entities. And I know that being approached by, all the people that were in those meetings who are looking to create viable economic activity on Vancouver Island, it was over and over again, one, how do we secure fiber supply in a measurable amount to start our plant? And two, where's the best location for us to put it? And I think that the data we're gathering and being able to share with those people is extremely important for them to make those decisions and make that decision to invest on Vancouver Island. So I'm really hopeful that we can continue to forward that. And like any other telethon, every bit counts. So if you can put a little bit forward, that would be fantastic. And we'll make sure we put it to good use as we have in the past. George, do you have any other specific mention there? Or?
Are there more questions for our panel about?
Yeah, any more questions for the panel on what they completed?
We have people on Zoom, so just don't touch the bottom of the mic.
Yeah, and hold the pinky out. What is the probable range of costs for a pilot project?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the data collection can cost anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 for data collection and analysis throughout an entire project. That's the cost to VIEA, the actual cost. That's me getting VIEA to waive institutional overhead, which I'm sure they will for this type of work. But yeah, it's not a super expensive project. There's not I guess when you think in terms of, how much does it cost to log a block, how much do you make, how much could you lose potentially, then it starts being a factor. So ideally we're looking in the range of $50,000 to $100,000 over the next three years or so to run 7 to 10 more pilot projects and disseminate the information appropriately. And as the gentleman beside you asked before, like how are we going to get the statistical values on how much are we actually saving? I mean, that's going to come in time. It's going to take a few more projects. So the first one we ran was in the coastal Douglas fir bioclimatic zone, as with they were both in there. We're looking at coastal western hemlock next on the west coast, and then coastal western hemlock on the north coast following that. And I'm excited about the next two pilot projects specifically because one will be removing the residual fiber chipped on site, the other as raw chunks, for better lack of technical term, which will be transported in a different way. So we'll get different values on transportation from different sites. And we need enough of them to have any really useful data for people to make hard decisions on what's best for us at this time. And with enough of that data, we can also, we can extrapolate the data we need and play with it to make informed decisions about if wood waste, if there's a 3-time penalty, this is how much it would potentially cost. We can do our best to make those assumptions later once we have enough data to I don't want to give anybody data that they're going to turn around and come back to me and say that was horrible advice. And, and we're a little bit of a ways away from having enough for me to really comfortably say, this is what you should do right now. So, but the more partners that step up and the more people and the more data we have and the more transparency around it, the more I think it will help everybody over time. So
for context on this, it has taken $100,000 for us to get to this point. And the good news is that we can get this extra data to add to the study for $6,000 to $10,000 more.
For each pilot.
Yeah. Question from the cloud. There's a person on Zoom that would like a question answered. They were wondering about if there's been any thought given to carbon credits for waste wood recovery.
Well, we really haven't kind of looked at that specifically. It's a little bit of a tricky world, carbon credit world, but I think that similar to the question about how do you factor in potential savings from waste wood surveys, you could still, or waste billings, you can still, we'd still be able to look at other factors that may, when you look at it from the high level, what are the sum of the cost savings and cost benefits? And that's where we can factor in potential carbon credits. And it would depend, the other thing is we'd sort of need to be able to identify where the opportunities for carbon credits. Because ideally what we really want to do is have data that any company, whether it's an existing forest company or a new entrant coming in with a new innovation and needs to be able to build their business plan. We want to be able to provide them with the input information they can use to factor into their business plan. And carbon credits may be something that could be factored into a business plan depending on the circumstance of that particular business opportunity.
Thanks, Cindy. That was a good question, actually. Anybody else? Anything else from the cloud? Excellent. That brings our morning sessions to an end. And
lunch should be ready in about 10 minutes. And we'll continue with our schedule. After lunch, we have Melissa Sanderson, Assistant Deputy Minister for Natural Resources Ministry, who's going to introduce the concepts in the modernization plan that the BC government has recently put forward. She will be with us for about an hour. Her presentation will be about 45 minutes with time for question and answer with her. And then following that, we'll have about a half an hour for some roundtable conversation on issues that maybe have emerged in your thinking relative to the modernization plan, so that we can give some feedback to government about what you all think of the various aspects of the plan. So we'll break now, and we'll give you a shout when we know that our lunch is ready. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
good afternoon, everyone. As we start our afternoon, after having some of that chummus. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And black cod. Never had anything as fabulous as that before and called it cod. For the afternoon, to start, we have Melissa Sanderson. Melissa is accountable for delivering comprehensive forest policy in cooperation with stakeholders while advancing the ministry's reconciliation work with Indigenous peoples. Melissa will present an outline of the province's modernization plan goals, and our hope is that we focus the end of our time on a productive question and answer period for thoughts on the various items that can be achieved and enhance the industry on Vancouver Island. So I won't talk long at all. I'll let Melissa get started. And with her today is Alan Bennett, who is the manager of pricing, director of pricing on Vancouver Island. So it is fantastic to have them both with us. And I hope we have a very productive outcome to the rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much.
I think so. I think we have some feedback happening. I don't know. Can you hear that, or? Are they off? No, I think they need to be off.
Good.
Are we good?
Good.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to do that again. Okay, I think we are good now. Yeah, great. Good afternoon. Feedback. Before I start, I just want to recognize that we are gathered on the Tseshaht and Tseshaht First Nations today, and thank them very much for their hospitality. I also want to recognize the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance and thank them very much for organizing this important event and bringing us together. I think I was reflecting on this is the first time that I've been around people speaking for in a year and 9 months. I think we've all gotten used to speaking in front of computers, so just bear with me. It might be, it'll be different, but it is very nice to see everyone in person. Can you hear? Great. So I'm pleased to be here today to present the government's vision for modernizing forest policy in British Columbia through their intentions paper. This was announced in around June and is the start of policy development that will help create a sector that is more diverse, competitive, sustainable, and puts people and communities first. Next slide. So there's no question our forests are important to British Columbians. They're essential to a healthy environment and provide good jobs to tens of thousands of British Columbians, including right here on Vancouver Island. Our forests are deeply rooted in every aspect of British Columbia, and they are the backbone of many local economies. People across the province are passionate about how we manage this incredible resource, but forest policy in our province has not evolved fast enough to address the challenges facing the sector. Not yet, Al. Right, thanks. We're getting there. BC's forestry policy framework, put in place nearly 2 decades ago, is inadequate to address today's challenges. Through this work, government's stated goals are to increase our emphasis on sustainability and stewardship of our fiber supply, take meaningful action on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, increase inclusivity for communities interested in the forest sector and forest management, from tenure to local manufacturing, continue to be competitive on the global stage, keeping in mind those who invest in BC and provide good paying jobs, and continue to ensure British Columbians receive fair return on their assets. Forestry today is complex. As we are all aware, timber supply has been decreasing due to wildfires, beetle salvage, and withdrawals from the timber harvesting land base. Sawmill overcapacity remains, while value-added and secondary manufacturing have not grown significantly. Modernizing mills to stay competitive has led to a pattern of job losses in rural communities. Concentrated forest tenure holdings limit the province's ability to achieve its objectives. The value of tenure is very high. It's 4 to 7 times more expensive than in 2003. And in addition, the Declaration Act requires us to advance policy changes with Indigenous peoples in consultation and cooperation. Next slide. This plan is based on what we've heard as we've engaged with people across the province through different initiatives like the forest sector, interior forest sector renewal initiative and the coast forest sector revitalization. BC's government has been asking since 2017 what forest management in the future of forestry should look like. We've spoken to Indigenous nations, local government, industry, labor, interest groups, and the general public. As I mentioned, through the coast forest sector revitalization, the interior forest sector renewal, as well as the Forest and Range Practices Act Improvement Initiative, the Old Growth Strategic Review, and the First Nations Forest Policy. Not yet, Al. Thanks. He wasn't prepared for this. This is new. Despite different perspectives, we have heard similar priorities across the province from the general public and from the different interest groups. They want to see a future where there is greater opportunity for many diverse groups to participate in the sector. They want to see forest policy tackle today's challenges, like decreasing timber supply and climate change. They want fiber to flow onto the market with a certainty of supply over time. They want to find the greatest value from the timber that is harvested. And they want to see Indigenous people more involved than they are today and benefit more fairly from the prosperity generated from the sector. Next slide. From the engagement that took place, 3 guiding principles emerged that create the framework for the intentions paper. This is the theme that we sort of have centered the presentation around and broken it down into. The first one is to increase participation in the forest sector. The next is to enhance stewardship and sustainability. And the third is to strengthen the social contract. I will now walk through the 20 policy intentions. And just to be very clear, these changes won't happen overnight. The paper signals government's intention and vision to move forward with the sector. But there is still policy work and discussions that need to take place. I think sitting in this room today, there are people who have some really great ideas of how to move forward, different initiatives like the value add sector, how to do more with the fiber left behind in the woods. And I think this is just the start of a conversation and signals their intention and the tools they want to put together to achieve their vision. Next slide. So this tranche of policies, and there are 20, as I mentioned before, are focused around increasing forest sector participation. That includes increased Indigenous participation, making sure that BC timber sales timber allocation supports both market pricing and value-added manufacturing, and increased community participation. Next slide. So some of these policy intentions are quite, they're a little technical, and I've gotten used to whipping through them pretty quickly, but I do want to get to the conversation and the question and answer as soon as we possibly can. So I will go through these relatively quickly. Policy intention number 1 is to create more opportunity to redistribute forest tenure. Government will enhance legal mechanisms to allow tenure to be redistributed for harvesting, and they will diversify ownership and involvement. Tied to this is to provide clarity on compensation. We will establish a clear framework for applying compensation for lost harvesting rights, and we will take a systematic and equitable approach in compensation calculations. Policy intention number 3 is to create flexibility when forest licenses need to be reduced. We'll introduce a more flexible but not proportionate approach to how licenses are reduced if the timber supply is being reduced. So for example, through a tenure taking. We'll also further define timber tenure transfer requirements, which is Bill 22, the public interest test, to address tenure concentration and public interest considerations when transfers or change of controls happen. As a follow through from the Coast Revitalization Initiative, we will enhance revenue oversight for log exports. This is likely to take place through finance to add the ability to audit and assess fee in lieu of manufacturer payments when logs are exported out of province. This is no different than what we do for other revenue streams and stumpage, for example. Policy intention number 6 is to evolve BC timber sales policy on maximum timber sales restrictions. This is to help support smaller volumes to smaller or value-add manufacturers, and we'll consider an alternate approach for more sale opportunities. Let's see that. So the next tranche of policy objectives are around managing public land together. And this is a topic that comes up quite frequently, and I'm sure we'll have some questions about in the Q&A after this is done. So the goal here is to enhance stewardship and sustainability. The statement is public land must be managed sustainably, and this includes our old growth forests. We want to look to improve the use of fiber sustainability, responsibly and transparently. I'm going to talk a little bit about old growth forests right now and provide a little bit of an update as to where government currently sits with this. As part of the intentions paper, government has committed to implementing further deferrals of old growth forests. Government does remain committed to working with Indigenous nations on a government-to-government basis for next steps. We want to identify and protect additional old growth in collaboration with First Nations. In addition to the deferrals, there I think were 11 deferrals announced in 2020. We're also working to address information gaps, update inventory, and improve public access to data. All of this work will involve industry, workers, environmental groups, community-based organizations, and local governments. There is also a socioeconomic component to this that my team, I'm proud to say, is working quite hard on to make sure that government has the information they require when making these decisions. Slide. Policy intention number 8 is to continue to improve the Forest and Range Practices Act, which was, I think, brought in around 2003 and requires revisions. So we will move forward. They've been engaging on this for quite some time, move forward with changes to the Forest Range and Practices Act, where we will better incorporate forest values and ensure Indigenous people are involved at the start of the process and in the decision-making process in alignment with the Declaration Act. We will also better link forest management with fire management. This leads into policy intention number 9, which is to bring back the use of prescribed and cultural fire. This is listed in the Declaration Act action plan the government's put out recently and features quite heavily in all all items wildfire related. We will work collaboratively, BC Wildfire Service in particular, with Indigenous partners and stakeholders to reintegrate prescribed and cultural fire in forest management. This is an aside. I was taken up to the interior this summer to help support some of the wildfire efforts. And time and again, this was brought up as an issue, as a way to mitigate future, sorry, I'm banging on the table, mitigate future wildfire threats, and something that was very, very important to the nations that we were speaking to. Policy intention number 10 is to provide more flexibility in how the minister allocates timber in a timely way while considering harvest sustainability, as well as interests of local Indigenous peoples, communities, and stakeholders. We will take a look in policy intention number 11 to modernize rules for tracking and administering timber harvest. We want to review how cut control is designed and implemented. In addition, policy intention number 12 is to improve accountability and tenure management. Government is considering the tools available to decision makers to ensure these strategies are employed in the public interest. Sorry, I told you it's a long list of, it's a bit of a laundry list here that we're going through, but we'll get there. So policy intention number 13 is to strengthen government discretion for decisions involving harvesting and road construction, and to explore options to provide more discretion in authorization decisions based on important forest values. And policy number 14, and I think this is something that we hear time and again from people in the province, is how proud they are of the silviculture investments we've been making over the past few decades and the importance of it for social license and the ability to harvest sustainably. People feel very strongly about this. So we are going to strengthen government's ability to ensure silviculture and innovation investments are realized, and consider limits on timber harvest until provincial silviculture investments have optimized harvest opportunity. I think the final few policies that are included in the intentions paper are really around supporting communities for long term, strengthening the social contract, and moving towards a more value-added sector. The goals here are to ensure the growth of good jobs and long-term opportunities remain a priority. The transition, and you hear this quite frequently when forestry is discussed in government, is the transition from high volume to high value. We want to ensure all communities have an opportunity to benefit from their local forests and encourage diversification in higher value manufacturing. You can see higher value for some reason is highlighted in red throughout this document, but I think that highlights the importance of this bucket of policies. So policy number 15 is to modernize forest tenure replacement requirements. I'm going to revisit the criteria and expectations for tenure replacement and look for holders of replaceable tenures to find creative ways to partner and grow the industry. I think we're seeing some of this happen right now. We're really encouraged by some of the partnerships forming between nations and industry. So that is tied into this piece. Policy intention number 16 is to increase fiber access for higher value domestic manufacturers. We know one of the challenges for higher value domestic manufacturers is access to fiber, and we want to know where the new markets exist. So we want to work with value-added sector reps to understand how the province can support competitive value-added businesses. That's something I'm going to be taking on in the near future, which is similar to the former Wood Secretariat. We bring together experts in the industry, in markets, in innovation, and talk about how we can address some of the challenges that value-add manufacturers face and see some of the opportunities. We do believe markets for new technologies are growing and will continue to grow. And we really want to take steps to foster this growth and innovation. And we'll set up an advisory group, as I mentioned earlier, to identify the opportunities. In addition, and I think utilization came up earlier in several conversations, we will advance a process to minimize the burning of slash piles to ensure that fiber is available for manufacturing, including in value-add manufacturing and in the pulp sector. It will also help to lower our emissions in line with the Clean BC plan. We're also looking to develop a timber sales program with a focus on the value-added sector. This is feedback we heard both in the interior and the coast But this was a real strong request from value-added manufacturers. Policy intention number 17 is something that I think people get quite excited about, and that is the use of wood and mass timber in buildings. Government, we've had in place for some time mass timber legislation for public buildings, but we need to add more teeth to it. So we're going to improve our legislative framework to ensure wood, mass timber, and emerging biomass-based materials are more clearly a priority in public buildings. We've already made changes to our building codes, and we do have within government an ADM who's actually responsible for mass timber adoption, sitting within the Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation Ministry. In April, government announced $4.2 million to launch 12 mass timber demonstration and research projects and establish a mass timber advisory council to help accelerate adoption of this product. We do know we need to increase demand for mass timber to make it a reality and to make it, so that BC can actually become a major manufacturer of this. We want to take it from niche to mainstream, and we want to make sure that when the time comes, we are set up for success. Policy number 18 is to revise area-based forest tenure-specific pricing policy by harmonizing the rate structures consistent with our market-based pricing system, while being mindful that smaller tenure ownership is impacted by economies of scale. You're on it, Al. Thank you. Policy intention number 19 is to strengthen compliance and enforcement. This is something we hear about from communities across the province. So we do want to look towards reinforcing our ability to address issues around poor practices and behavior, including public reporting of infractions and reviewing existing fine and penalty amounts. And finally, at the end of this list, is the policy intention number 20, which is to protect good jobs. We did complete the contractor sustainability review and made amendments to the timber harvesting contract and subcontract regulation. And we are also, as a ministry, Ministry of Forest, Lands, Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development, supporting the Ministry of Labor in advancing their Industrial Inquiry Commission on successorship rights in the forest sector. There was some work done on this in the past, but they left the forest sector to the side and said, we need to re-explore this. So we will be working on terms of reference in the near future with our counterparts at the Ministry of Labor. So this is, and it's probably hard to see out there, is the timeline. And we can share around the presentation of how this is going to start to roll out, the timeline on the screen. So I think one of the things I'm so pleased to be here today is to talk, because I think we're, as I said earlier, these are policy intentions. They are not fully framed out yet. And I think that we want to make sure that we're engaging with the right people and hearing from those who want to see the forest sector thrive. And I know a lot because, as I was driving up here to Port Alberni, just thinking, this is a place where, a lot of people work in the sector. A lot of people recreate in the forests. It's just so critical to the community here. And so you're exactly the kind of people we want to hear from about this. We have these policy intentions broken up. There's a tremendous amount of work going on across the ministry to start putting some meat on the bones of this. And we will be open to having more conversations. Definitely looking at FERPA in the near future, the Forest Ranger Practices Act, but it is a multi-iterative process. A lot of these items are. So I'd rather turn it over to questions and answers. So just, I want to thank you all for joining today and hearing me go through this list of items. I know I'm excited to be moving BC's forest policy forward. And I'd like to turn it over to our moderator and be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I'll grab the other mic here and George will take that around, but any questions specific off the cuff? I'll let you grab that one.
It's gonna blow up on me. Good afternoon, everyone. Specifically to policy 18 and the small area-based tenures, could we get a little more detail on how and what you're talking about there? Is that specifically First Nations woodlands licenses or just general small area based tenures? And how are you going to move forward with the stumpage? That'd probably be for Al.
Sure, I think I can take this one to start, and if Al has something he wants to add, that's fine. I think we have several different area-based tenures, including First Nations woodlot license, but also community forests. And it's become clear that there is a need to sort of take a look at the rate structure and see if they're working the way they are intended and should. The work on this is pretty preliminary, and it will be done in consultation and cooperation with a variety of stakeholders and First Nations as we sort of start to move. So it hasn't been fully scoped out yet, but that's work in progress. I don't know, Al, if you want to, if you need to add to that. Okay, great, thank you. And then stumpage, I think you mentioned stumpage just as a whole. So I don't know if anything more specific around stumpage or if that was if it was around that sort of rate structure. That's good, okay.
Excellent. Anybody else? There's one way in the back there too, at Sand Group.
Thank you. You just mentioned stumpage, and I didn't see anything on stumpage being more reflective to the value of wood. There's that, whatever it is, 6-month lag time. And I would almost think, and I realize the countervailing duty comes into play here, but it would make sense to me that we look at a stumpage that the more value you add to a piece of wood, the less stumpage you pay. I.e., you put a log on a ship, you pay a ton of stumpage, you remanufacture widgets and you pay virtually no stumpage. And again, I don't know if we could get at that with the countervailing duties, but I'd sure at the least like to see stumpage that is more reflective. With computers and whatnot today, you think you would be able to do it almost overnight. Maybe we have to change the way stumpage is calculated, but with the price of lumber being $1,800 $1,000 not too long ago, you're going to hear forest companies, and we're already hearing them say the stumpage is too darn high.
I know, and I appreciate the question, and I think I've been hearing the stumpage is high for my time here. I think when it comes to increasing value add manufacturing and incentivizing domestic manufacturing with our timber, that is why the Coast Revitalization did take a look at different feed and lieu processes and structures. And that is how we sort of took an approach at that. You are right, the softwood lumber and the countervailing duties is always top of mind. I think the impact to our sector from that ongoing litigation, very unfair ongoing litigation, is higher than, it is quite, it's quite drastic. Like, I think we're looking at increased duties at the end of November that are going to have a huge impact on our sector. So we do want to ensure that our market pricing system is based on the value of the asset, and we do manage it accordingly. With regards to the lags, and I've heard this a few times, and this is an ongoing, we have this debate internally all the time as well around the lags. And you hear from companies, and it's a 3-month lag when it comes, 2-month lag when it comes to the system. And there's a few different trains of thought on this process. We did see, we've been through a volatile market cycle. When I started in this role 1 year and 9 months ago, the price of lumber was in the tank. It was really, really low. And then we sort of watched it go to record highs and in a relatively short amount of time with COVID. And actually, who knew at the time that people wanted to do home renovations all the time and our price of lumber went through the roof. You hear two different thoughts on the stumpage system and the lags. You can compare it, and I think we have a list of the different rates in Alberta where they have a monthly update. They don't have the lag, and it was going like this, because the price of lumber was so volatile at the time, and ours was more stable. And so yes, it's out of it's a bit out of sync with the price of lumber. However, it gives businesses the opportunity and industry to plan. It provides some certainty for what that's going to look like. So I think that it's an ongoing discussion. I think Al Bennett's here and he is also consumed with it. We hear different things. And so we haven't had a solid sort of answer from industry about which way they prefer, because it has its pros and cons for all involved. We have a market pricing system committee that does bring together industry and government to talk these issues through at a very technical level. And it is something that is like often on the agenda. So it's something that we are aware of, but it's just sort of the pros and cons kind of go back and forth on the lag system, on the lag in the system.
Comments out? She knows her job. Very well. That's awesome. Another question in the back.
All right, thanks. You may have touched on the my answer there in the last explanation, but your policy on timber sales program being tied to value-added manufacturing, you have a working definition for that, and maybe a little more detail as to how that might get reviewed under the timber sales program?
I think we are looking with regards to timber sales. We heard quite a bit that value-added manufacturers want to see access to sort of smaller sales, so taking off the maximums of the timber sales, so that we can make sure that those who don't, that need that sort of extra support can have it. The other piece of it is around the category 2 sales with BC Timber Sales, which is kind of like the value add program, where I think it's about, Al might have to correct me on this one, about 10% of timber sales going to value added manufacturers, give or take. So we have heard a lot of feedback, and I think that's a work in progress too. And as I said, it's so challenging sometimes to talk about the intentions because they're not all, and I think we'll be coming back as this process unfolds and bringing back some of how we sorted it out. What we do know is that people have told us they want to see extra access. I think, you know, maybe doubling the amount through Cat 2 sales for value-added manufacturers. And so we're still sort of working on how that is going to shape up. But we know that that is where government wants to go, because they really are, you know, wanting to make sure that those value-added manufacturers that produce jobs in communities across the province have access to the fiber they need to continue to operate. So that is some of the, there are a lot of different ideas of how to maximize BC timber sales. It's a great resource for us in the province, and we want to make sure that the timber is going where it needs to go.
Over here first. And then Cindy.
Hi, thanks. You mentioned FERPA and First Nations amending where it includes First Nations decision-making. I'm very interested in seeing the model that you're creating for that, because, you know, it's, we haven't seen it. First Nations haven't seen it, and it's cited a lot, the how First Nations are going to be involved and how modernization is going to be addressing the UNDRIP process. In light of that, where is the model, and taking into consideration the First Nations Forestry Council asking for more time for First Nations to review this, and how is it all going to come to us? Thanks.
Great, thanks. I think, you know, one of the challenges we're facing this summer has been terrible for doing some consultation work between the wildfires and the uncoverings at residential schools. But a lot of what we are working towards in the intentions paper, and I'm glad you mentioned the First Nations Forest Council, was included within the First Nations Forest Strategy. We have been engaging on these different tools and different ideas since 2017 through the Interior Forest Sector Renewal, where there was a broad engagement. And so what we are doing, and I think that that's where we go back to this idea that it's not all baked. This is the intention. This is to help government realize what the policies and the tools they need to move forward on the recommendations that have come forward from nations. With regards to FERPA, I think, you know, the Declaration Act compels government to work towards shared, joint, and consent-based decision-making with nations. It's under Section 7 of the Declaration Act. And one of the key goals, and Section 3 of the Declaration Act ensures that government makes all movement they can to align laws with UNDRIP. And so you'll start to see, and this work is ongoing within government. We are having these conversations with nations, but to enable within legislation, the ability to enter into Section 7 shared decision-making agreements is critical, and that's what we're looking to do. I think that when I go across the province and meet with people, a lot of the work around managing the land base does happen in cooperation, and it's happening more frequently. I think that there has been major, it seems like there are some major moves to do that, but we need to go further. And I think that that's what they're trying to do with FERPA. Shared and joint decision-making will be included in the Forest Range and Practices Act. And I recognize the challenge around consultation that we've been having, but this is I think the timeline's moved on, but this is a long process that we are in on these pieces.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Melissa. Cindy, and then I have an online one.
Hi. I hate to beat the stumpage question
Please, no.
again.
It's my favorite subject.
But the harmonizing, I expect what that means is that the community forest licenses and the woodlots, some of the First Nation licenses are going to then be, will no longer have tabular rates, but be harmonized into MPS. Is that the intention?
I wouldn't go, I think that we are still in the very early stages of taking a look at it. Definitely, there have been at different times, different area-based tenures that have come on, and the rate structure may not be viewed as fair. So that is kind of what we're starting to take a look at, but we would not be doing that without having conversations about how that could be set up, what that would look like. And so it's a bit premature, but yes, definitely community forests would be an area-based tenure that could be looked at as part of that process, and some First Nations woodlot licenses, but just to make sure that there's not a huge disproportion between the different types of tenures, which there are right now.
So First Nation woodland licenses are subject to MPS.
Yes.
And some of them are very small.
Yes.
And that's a real struggle. And you can probably talk to a number of different tenure holders in this room, and many will say that they're not logging because the stumpage is too high, and you can't log unless you want to lose money. And most of us don't want to lose money. And from a First Nation perspective, and I've learned this term very well from my friend Trevor Coots, economic reconciliation is a cornerstone to First Nation woodland licenses and agreements like that. And so there really needs to be consideration of that. And the challenge of looking at the disparity is that it changes as the circumstance, as the markets change. So I think at the end of the day, from a First Nation perspective, the key piece of those agreements is their economic opportunities and part of economic reconciliation, and then treating them exactly like another tenure, any other tenure, is not aligned with the intention of those licenses. So I guess just food for thought. And I'll throw in one more question since I have the mic. This is so what's the word? Such an aggressive policy change mandate that you've got. How are you planning to do that? I mean, it's like they're all huge questions and issues that they're not new, right? And they're just amplified now. And you have to do it within the context now of the Indigenous relations commitment. So I couldn't really see very well the timeline. What is sort of the time frame, and how are you actually expecting to be able to do all this? And are you expecting to do all this within the mandate of the current government?
Yeah, so good questions. And I just want to, with regards to economic reconciliation, it is something that I'm aware of the challenges that, particularly over this past year, First Nations woodlot licenses, some of the market loggers have experienced with the kind of disproportionate stumpage system where the price of lumber was brought into the MPS equation on the coast, and the price of logs did not reflect the escalating price of lumber, and that's a challenge. And I think Al Bennett, my tour pricing director, and others are really taking a look at that. And so definitely it's front of mind. It's not something that we haven't contemplated. And I think when we talk about some of this harmonizing of rates, that is a piece of the pie. And so that's what we're taking a look at. With regards to the size of the policy changes that government is contemplating, definitely, I think they've thought about this for some time. And I think they've, as I mentioned earlier, have engaged on it for some time. As you know, I think the timeline, I don't know if we can get back to it, Al, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'll have to be, it's hard to see up there. One of the first steps that government's taking a look to do is we don't currently have the tools required to make some of these changes. And I think that will be the first step. So when you take a look at, you know, how do you start to, some of the pieces that have been put in place have been around since 2003. So how do you start to create that flexibility for government to take a look at what would it look like to redistribute tenure? What does a compensation framework look like? So these are pieces that are part of the puzzle. And there are longer term pieces in here that might take a little bit longer. It's not going to happen overnight. I think the government has stated for economic reconciliation, one of their key goals is to double the amount of tenure held by First Nations. That will take some time. We're also really encouraged by some of the partnerships that are already forming. I think I missed, unfortunately, this morning, the TFL 44 discussion with the Hawaiiat, but that's a really great example. It's sort of where government's hoping to also go to. So some of these things will happen organically. They've identified their intentions and hopes that it goes in that direction. But if not, they are looking to create the tools to support that sort of heaviness it is quite heavy to move. So they will be probably taking a look at that as well. It's there's a lot of work going into it. As I mentioned earlier, there is an assistant deputy minister also assigned solely to the adoption of mass timber and increasing supply and demand. And he came from the Ministry of Housing. He's got all sorts of background in building codes. So this is something that he'd probably be thinking about and trying to, but I will take it back to him and I've asked him before, but I will bring it back up that I heard this in Port Alberni, that we need to think about shipping costs.
Excellent. I think we saw a hand over here.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, and it's impressive sets of changes that you are planning. I'm not sure, and I have a couple of comments and a question. Focused on wood debris and wood waste. I think we ought to have a bit more direct approach on how to manage wood waste. It's sad to see that in your policy intention number 16, you are still going to continue slash burn piles, whatever, burning slash piles, and the just intention is to minimize them. I think we should or ought to not to have those at all. If you spend time and energy to collect that wood in a pile, we should use it for something instead of burning it. My question, direct question is, so the land, we do have some processes in place. What are we doing about the water? We have a lot of debris in the water and not necessarily a efficient system to clean it and collect the wood that we leave behind. So any intention in addressing that?
I appreciate the question. I think with regards to slash pile burning, it's definitely something that we hear, and I've noticed there's quite a few elected officials here today as well. We hear from communities the concern about slash pile burning. We also hear quite a bit from the value-added sector and the pulp sector about the potential that they see in increased utilization. And so that is sort of some of the reasons, as well as slash pile burning is, you know, it's an emitter and the government's looking to lower emissions. With regards to water, you know, I'm not going to be able to answer that question. I haven't, I don't think it has been contemplated at this time, but it is a good point to raise. And I think we can maybe get back to you on that one. I don't, Al, unless I'm wrong, has the water waste been contemplated? No, but in your processes. Yeah, I think we maybe have to get back to you on that one. So it's not off the top of my head something I've considered much, but it's a good question.
It's not just for the waste, but it's also a safety concern for the boaters. It's a long inlet that we have. So not that you just waste wood, but you also create a safety hazard for people going in and out. And I think we ought to be more responsible and collect that.
Great. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I will take that back, I think, as we look at, you know, in some senses, I guess it could, can tie into some of the government's intentions around strengthening compliance and enforcement and managing some of these different risks more appropriately from a social license perspective. So I will take that away and that concept, and we'll see. I'll talk to my colleague who does IROD.
I'll date myself. Zoran wants to bring back the beachcombers and relic.
Yeah, hi. I think it's policy 1 or 2, but it's just to relate to the breakup of the tenureship. Is there criteria being established for this? Is there different qualifications being set? Like, how is it planned that it's going to diversify out the tenure owners and involvement? And what does that look like?
Yeah, and I think government has been pretty clear that they want to see tenure redistributed. How that takes place is not necessarily, you know, there will be different opportunities that government seeks, you know, I think quite often to comprehensive reconciliation agreements that are taking place across government, and where there may be interest in tenure and having that redistributed. What we do know right now is that we do not have the tools to do that kind of work. We're not talking about a 2003, you know, kind of major initiative at this point. We're really focused on, if this needs to take place, how do we get that done? And I think that in addition to that, that's where you see the idea, we have not had a fair compensation framework in this province for quite some, well, that I'm aware of. So that is tied in with that, where we will take a look at, if that is to take place, compensation will be equitable and appropriate for that kind of activity.
Excellent. Any more? We got time for a few more. Go here.
Awesome. Thank you. Chu Hama Wamish Tseshaht. My name is Wamish. My English name is Ken Watts. I'm the elected chief here at Tseshaht. I'm not going to hammer you on stumpage. I think you've heard it enough, and I'm not going to hammer you on BCTS issues, but I'm going to be focused on my suggestions on solutions. And one of the solutions, as you know, is through DRIPA and the implementation of it, the action plan. But one of the other solutions that we're running into from Tseshaht is we hear all these nice words at the minister, the deputy, the ADM, and then when we reach it at the local and regional level, those messages aren't carried. So there's clearly some lack of communication or implementation of all these promises towards First Nations, and I think that needs to change, because that's something we hear throughout the coast, is that you know, the words are great, but if the implementation at the local level isn't changing, then those words are pretty hollow. The other piece is, I think one of the solutions, like you said, is around agreements with First Nations. And I wouldn't necessarily call them reconciliation agreements, but unique relationships that are founded on two big principles. And one is, as Robert always says, around ownership. First Nations need to have more ownership in our lands and our territories. And the second is around management. And so while the former FCURSA agreements, I think, are outdated, I think they're not reflective of law in terms of Silcoteen and in terms of UNDRIP. I think the province has an opportunity to support First Nations in being not just decision makers, but real owners within our territory. And because I think when we are real owners and real managers, I think everybody benefits. I don't think it's necessarily just the nation. And I think our local residents see it as well, that as long as we're in the driver's seat, we have an opportunity to create better economies for the local and regional governments and citizens here. And I think we have a lot of support behind us here in the Valley. Many have stood behind VIEA, and I know they'll stand behind us, but I really think it's going to take a shift in government, and it's not through a long drawn out action plan that's going to take 10 or 20 years to implement. There's things that government can do right now. And that's really focused around management and ownership, to be honest. So that's at the core of all of it. And again, I'd encourage the messaging to be carried right down from the minister to the staff, because at the end of the day, First Nations don't want to go to court. They'd much rather negotiate something, and they'd much rather not waste taxpayers' dollar and our people's dollars, because we always win. We very rarely lose in court. So let's avoid all of that and negotiate agreements that are founded and based on principles within UNDRIP. So on behalf of Tseshaht, we thank you. We know this was kind of rushed given some of the circumstances, I think, that the province was dealt with in Fairy Creek and other areas. But there's an opportunity to support us and work alongside us with this work, so that we are speaking the same language and we are working together for all British Columbians. So, Chu.
Thank you very much. I do agree with you, and I know that we do work quite hard to ensure that, there's a lot of information kind of flowing as to how the relationships to change between the operational side and the First Nations on the land base. And I think that is, I appreciate hearing your feedback on that. I couldn't agree more with regard to the FCURSA. Some of the language I know that came up about even how they're written are quite dated. And so I've been tasked by a few ministers to take a look at updating that language in those agreements, because they do not reflect the kind of partnerships and relationships that government is hoping. Some of it was inappropriate. So that is definitely something I hear. And I think when you speak about becoming owners I think that is very much in line with where government does hope to go. That is what, I was asked, what do you mean by diversifying the tenure system and diversifying forest management? And that's what we mean. That's what we look at. We do see, the government sees tremendous opportunity when there are more owners, when First Nations have ownership of the resource. We see that, there could be greater opportunities for communities and for value-added manufacturing and for the nations themselves. And I do appreciate, I think, I mentioned earlier, and you mentioned the Hawaiiat and the deal with Western Forests. I think that's definitely in line with where government wants to go. So I appreciate your comments.
For a couple more?
Sure.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
You talked about the old growth review and the implementation of the recommendations, and you mentioned specifically your work or your team's work on the socioeconomic analysis that's going into that. I'm just wondering whether that analysis is going to be shared more broadly as it moves along, and also what consideration is given to the conversation that was just had about investment that First Nations may be making in industry or in contracts or tenure opportunities, and how that's being brought into the discussion.
Into the old growth discussion. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the question. I don't know at this point how they will share the socioeconomic impact analysis. We have been asked, I know, by several groups to ensure, that it's really critical to a lot of our stakeholder groups that work is done. The minister's committed to having that work done. I don't have the next steps on that yet. And David Muter, who's in charge of it, he's not here yet. I think with regards to the different discussions around old growth and how that will work with some of the investments that nations are making right now into tenure, et cetera, government's been very clear, and the Premier has been very clear that our work on old growth is really dependent upon partnership with nations and government to government discussions prior to decisions being made around deferrals. And so I think that there has been some work going on, but that has remained, and I've met with the minister a few times and heard from her that remains the top priority. There will, government's not going to make decisions in a silo without having those discussions. They are really dependent upon one another. So it was the first recommendation in the old growth strategic review that came forward. And I've watched this debate go on. I think we all have for quite some time. And every time it comes up, the first priority of government is to engage in government to government relationship, government to government conversations to make sort of joint decision-making processes. That has been, that is the expectation that we've been given through the ministry to do that work. So that's critical.
One more here.
Thank you. I think policy intention number 5 referred to log export. And in 2019, the ministry met with regional district and city regarding the privately managed forest act. And I don't see that up there at all. Is that a different arm of government that's dealing with the privately managed forests?
Yeah, I think it did not end up in this presentation as part of this intentions paper. My colleague actually has responsibility for the file, and there's a review going on around the private forest. I'm going to get this, I always get this one mixed up, Private Forest Land Management Act piece that is sort of independent of this work, but that's been going on for quite some time. So I don't have an update here in front of me right now on where that work's at. I know it's asked about a few times. It is highlighted, and we're working with stakeholders, and her group in particular around tenures and rural development is working on that piece. So I don't have an update handy, but that is still ongoing.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have time for a few more? It's 2 o'clock, so I know you have a timeline. And I have one more, just yeah, sure, on behalf of VIEA, and I'm sure everybody in this room and the people online. How can we help? What is the engagement process, and what are your expectations on involving subject matter experts from outside, to be involved in part of that process and giving advice on what they see in the marketplace and what might be viable opportunities?
Yeah, I think there are a variety of different ways to be engaged. I think government, as we go through some of the legislative and policy technical changes around, compensation frameworks, there are some in-depth engagement sessions that have been, anyone who filled that, there's an online portal that's quite extensive, and anyone who filled that are being invited to attend these sort of broader engagements on the specific policies that they start to get developed. I think for me, one of the things I've been really tasked with, I don't have all these policy pieces, but what I do have been asked to really focus on is the value add piece. And so that is where I think in this room, there's such a, from what I can gather, there's quite a passion for seeing successful value add businesses that provide jobs in communities. And I think that we're always seeking, and this will be part of the group that we set up, but seeking advice and suggestions and identifying the challenges, but also pointing to some opportunities and where there's some really good stories going on of where this work is taking place, where the innovators are and what that looks like. So I think for me, that work around the value add, because it's such a priority of this government, is going to be critical. And I think there'll be many different vehicles to engage on that. I know we have a bioeconomy strategy that's going on through the Chief Forester's office that's looking at some of these items too. So I think we will be seeking quite a bit of feedback in that space in particular. So not so much the technical aspects, but of course, as we identified, fiber access is one of the bigger challenges for value add. Got ideas? I would love to hear them. I think there's no sacred cows here right now. So yeah, definitely you can contact contact me, and maybe I'll get invited back out at some point to come talk to you again, and I would be happy to.
Yes, just a kind of a question and encouragement, I guess, is, you know, when we talk about broad policy like this, and we've for years have referred to the forest industry as the Gordian knot. We're trying to find a thread somewhere where we could help untangle it. There's a tendency to do nothing until it's all figured out. And you've got all these policies, et cetera, and then it takes forever for anything to happen. Whereas it seems to me that there is some low-hanging fruit that could be moved immediately and start getting some progress. You know, we talked about slash pile burning, for instance. Well, do we have to wait for all of this to get figured out before we just say, we're going to stop doing that and we're going to put some money into it and figure out how to get this fiber out of the forest and into some value-added manufacturers' hands, rather than waiting years to work something out on the bigger scale. So do you see any opportunity in all of this modernization work to just identify some low-hanging fruit and start making some changes with some urgency?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think that's a good assessment of sort of the timeline and why you see different pieces broken down the way they are. Because there are some things we can do quicker rather than other pieces. And some items are, as I mentioned a few times, the tools in the toolbox to get to a longer term vision. But, you know, I think there are definitely, slash pile burning is a good example. The value added work, some of the stuff around BCTS are things that can actually happen relatively quickly that government has been contemplating for quite, you know, for some time. And so I think that that's a really fair assessment of there will be some things that take longer, but some things that will take place relatively quickly.
Thanks. Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay.
We definitely look forward to working, you know, in groups or subgroups or our key stakeholders, you know, and I think George would agree with me that we are available as a resource if you want to talk to VIEA and see if we can create, you know, smaller group sessions to help with this consultation process and bring in other experts. So
I'd really appreciate that, actually. I'm trying to, you know, just trying to get out and about, and would be happy to come back and meet some smaller groups or the same size group to talk about some of the different options and opportunities. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So the thought now is that we've heard all these policy ideas. I've heard topics such as stumpage, economic reconciliation, et cetera, et cetera. There may be 2 or 3 or 4 topics that some of you would like to pursue in more depth in kind of roundtable conversations. And the reason for this we see is that we'd like to gather a bit of our perspective as industry people to be able to feed that back to government now that we've heard some of this policy ideas firsthand. So I guess the question would be, what are the key topics that stand out to you, and would you like to talk in some small groups and come up with some thoughts that you'd like to share? Yes, no? Yes. Fuller utilization. So we have a table here of fuller utilization. Do we have another table somewhere on the topic? Is stumpage somebody who wants to take a shot at, or is that just the very core of the Gordian knot? Yeah, we got a half hour. Hey, you got to start somewhere, right? Okay, do you want to lead the stumpage table? Okay. We got utilization here, stumpage there. What about economic reconciliation? Is that a topic that someone would like to take on? No? Is there another topic? Waste fertilization? Okay. So let's have a topic of waste and full utilization here and a topic on stumpage here. And anybody that would like to participate, gather around and have a conversation.
Hi, everybody. Thanks again. So in 2020, forestry and logging activity provided 17,200 jobs, with a further 31,600 jobs in wood and paper manufacturing. Forestry and logging supported 6,100 jobs on the island and the coast, another 3,600 in wood and paper manufacturing. We all know these are good paying jobs. We all hated seeing them leave and be reduced over, I don't know, the last 20 years while I've been on the island. And we're gonna have some presentations from some groups that are working on enhancing value add here and are in the process or having proven success. So exactly, why we're getting together and having these meetings and creating further economic activity on the island. And first, we're gonna have Kevin Somerville from Sand Group give us a presentation, and then Mark from Timber Tiles, and then Cindy Stern's going to give us an overview of the Forest Practices Board and some of the stuff that they're working on. So without further ado, away you go. Your choice.
Okay.
It's always David's.
Well, we'll try this, and if it doesn't work, I'll sit back down behind the mic. But first off, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the host nations, Tseshaht and Tseshaht, for having us on their territory and hosting this event, and of course the Economic Alliance for inviting us to present today as well. I've only been with the Sand Group for 2 months, and so I don't profess to give everything that the Sand Group has done the credence it deserves. I, like many of you, are probably, I was watching this one from the sidelines for quite some time. And I think coming around June, I finally had enough, and I reached out to a former colleague and said, I'd really love to meet the Sangara group and see a little closer what this is all about. And so I met with Kamel, and I did a tour of the reman facility, and so here I am today. And it's really interesting to see, and really exciting to be part of, and where this can go in the future. So anyways, I'll try and take you through a bit here. Do we have the presentation up, or? Hopefully a little bigger. Okay, and if you could go to the next slide, please. So the theme that I'm going to take you through for our organization is Harvest to Home, and that's a motto that the Sand Group has been trying to promote. Just going to take you through a quick introduction to our operating team in the Alberni Valley, talk a little bit about our forestry side of the business, the 2 sawmills down on the inlet, and the reman facility, and I'll very briefly touch on some of the initiatives from the sand side of things on the sand port. So next slide, please. Starting with the operating team, and all of us are fairly new, so I've asked some of my team to come in and introduce them, or I'll introduce them. First one, Clayton Neuwirth. Clayton's been in the industry for close to 30 years. He looks after our fiber procurement, and I believe he's been with the Sand Group for about 10 months. The next one, AJ Gale, in the back here, he's looking after the sawmills, and he's on day 2. So there's a bit of a pattern here. So Brian Scott, Brian is busy at the reman facility right now, so he couldn't be here, but he joins us about a month and a half ago. So he's certainly got his work cut out for us in this facility. Alex Taylor in the back here, he's come to us from Cermak, and he'll be looking after our warehouse and purchasing. One of the things that we want to do is set up central purchasing in the valley. John Bulcock. So some of you in the forest industry might know John Bulcock. I teased him out of retirement here a little while ago to come in and help me. As we know, anytime there's an upstart business, there's a lot moving parts and a lot going on with safety. So John's looking after that for us. Bruce Mullender, he's been here since the beginning, a couple years now. So he's looking after Japan sales and Vancouver Island sales. And Joe Spears, he couldn't be here, but is a consultant that's working with Zoran's group on the Port Authority initiatives. Next slide. So starting with the harvest side of things, we're heavily reliant on timber sales programs, purchase arrangements, and what have you. Pretty active in the timber sales program. That probably represents the biggest portion of our fiber supply. One question that I get asked a lot, and when I first came on was, how is your fiber supply? How much do you have? We do look fairly stable for the next couple of years. There's certainly some holes that we need to fill, but we are in pretty good shape with the arrangements that Clayton and the group have put into place. And but we obviously, with more facilities coming online, we are looking to ramp things up to another level. And when we talk about tenure, are we interested in tenure? Absolutely. I think we'd be naive to think that tenure is going to take the same shape and form that it has in the past. It'll probably be something different. And one thing from Western and Hawaiian, it was really encouraging to see the initiatives with the Hawaiian. I worked in that TFL for some time, and it's one thing that I've been watching closely. I certainly have some passion for, and really interesting to see where the group has got with that initiative. And I think that's you're going to see more and more of that pop up. And this is an area of our business that we'll certainly be looking to pursue those opportunities, and probably an area where you're going to see us put more resources into place to support that going forward as well. Next slide, please. So one aspect of the harvesting side of things, and this is a bit of a cost thing that I just wanted to touch on. We're heavily reliant on barging logs into the, is this gonna be the end of me? Barging wood into the valley, and anyone in the forest sector, you look at your cost implications on the harvesting side of things. There's only so much you can do on the operating side of things. When you look at distribution costs, that does represent big opportunities, and stuff that we'll be looking closely at is where we're accessing our fiber. Ideally, obviously, if we can get as much as we can off the west side of Vancouver Island, that's certainly better proximity and lower cost for getting into these facilities. We'll also be looking at enhancing our ability to take wood by land where we can as well. So we're on a pretty tight footprint down at the sawmill, but if we can get into waste scale opportunities and stuff like that, where we can bring wood in by truck, we will be looking at that. So next slide. So here's an overview of the sawmill location. It's the old Colson site, of course. So you have the band mill, A mill, we call it, on the right-hand side of the photos, those buildings, and then the brand new Hugh saw line on the left-hand side. So that is a brand new line with the 50 bin sorter. The A mill on the right-hand side of the picture there is a head rig band mill. They're both bordered by log processing facilities on either side. We have the dryland sort on the right-hand side of the picture that scales and processes logs for scaling purposes, but also feeds the A mill. And then the log merch facility on the Hewsaw side, which is a brand new process, which is strictly set up for processing logs to be consumed on the Hewsaw line. So next slide. So a bit more about each facility. So the A mill is a band mill, sawmill, single cut band mill. We cut all different species, generally in the 15 to 60 inch diameter class, set up to consume about 210,000 cubic meters of logs per year across those species, 45 million board feet annually, and certainly targeting high value appearance grade timbers, Japanese construction in our hemlock cuts and these sort of things. So, a good portion of this, product generated on this side will go through the appearance grade timbers, will go up through the reman facilities And then, the rest is distributed to other locations within the company, or in some cases direct to customers. So that operation is currently running on a 2-shift basis and employing about 90 people. Next slide. So the HUSA line, so this is a picture of the booth. This is Jen Waitman, our HUSA operator. So she basically has visibility of the full site, everything from logs coming in through the step feeder, through the debarker into the HUSA line. So if those of you aren't familiar with the HUSA line, it's basically a gang saw on its side. So you have a cluster of saws cutting horizontally. There's an automatic rotation for the logs coming in, and it's generally just producing dimension lumber to the thicknesses that you set up in the clusters. Downstream of that, we have a trim saw, and then out to the stacker and the packaging line. So this line, if we include the log merch and processing side, there's about 14 people, and we will be ramping this up to 2 shifts. AJ's on day 2, but he's already got some targets to hopefully have this to running at 2 shifts before the end of the year. So, and about 14, I think I mentioned 14 people on this line, and our best shift so far, we're consuming about 3,500 logs per shift. So it's definitely hungry when it's gets going. It's not consuming a very big log. It's anything between a 3 and a 14-inch log. So, but it's in producing at that 3,500 range, it's producing about 100,000 board feet per shift. Okay, next slide. So the sand forest value added facility, and this is one that a lot of people are extremely interested in. It's certainly unique to the island, the coast. I would venture to say that what's getting set up at this facility is probably unique within North America and beyond. So it's got 300,000 square foot of manufacturing floor space. It's got 6 buildings that are kind of integrated for flow of product, and I'll touch on some of the facilities. So we're just working through the commissioning phase on this one right now. So it's probably not even at quarter capacity, and just starting to bring things online. So the picture on the left, if you can see it, that's a picture of our planer line. And again, if you look at the photo up in the right-hand corner, we have our kilns on the backside. The main building there, the long rectangular one, houses most of the machine centers. We have a finger joint line and a paint line and what have you that I'll talk about in a little bit here. So next slide. So these are our kilns, brand new technology. They're Hildebrand kilns. There's six kilns on site. The 4 larger kilns have a capacity of 100,000 board feet. And then we have 2 smaller kilns that you see in the center of the picture here that have a capacity of drying about 25,000 board feet per charge. Smaller charges, this would be for, niche type products, heat treat processes tied to, drying cedar or something like that for those specific purposes. So this line is it's online now, and this week actually we're hoping to get it to capacity and have all 4 kilns going. So so far it's just been 1 or 2 kilns at a time. Next slide. This is our molding and resaw line. So we have capabilities of going multiple directions on this line. Of late we've been producing a 7/4 shop product from cedar. We've been running some 1x6 tongue and groove. Not pulling a lot of grades out of this. It's really just pulling out the clear and knotty, separating those 2 piles and distributing to other manufacturers, or sorry, other retail locations. Next slide. So the finger joint and chop line, this one's very interesting. This is one area that, it's really all about block recovery, and And one of the things that the sand group is very passionate about is getting better utilization out of all the fiber. So you know, the finger joint is all about that. We recover blocks at the sawmill and we ship those up to the reman facility for finger jointing. We also have a brand new state-of-the-art scanner optimizer there. It's in the center part of the picture. It's called a Golden Eye, and this will scan product coming through for basically chopping it up into smaller grades, and you know, it can be set up for customer-specific orders, and really, you know, focusing on extracting out additional value from the product going through there. But this line's just in the commissioning phase right now. We're just testing out the glue product and getting things set up, and we hope to see this online with some programming and support from Microtech on the Golden Eye, you know, going at more or less capacity, hopefully towards the, if not November, towards the end of the year. Next slide. So this is the Baker and glue line. The Baker line up on the left here, it's a series of 6 saws where we can take larger appearance timbers or dimension product and cut them down into thinner lines. These thinner lines would, you know, may end up going direct to customer, or it could go through tongue and groove processes, you know, tied to our engineered product lines that'll be coming online shortly. The glue line, so I don't know if you can see it very well, but the picture on the right there, basically what you're looking at there is a series of 6 knotty 2x4 cedar that are glued together. These will then be sliced into thinner strips and provide wood backing for our engineered products. So that is online. There'll be, once we get going, there'll be 2 of these lines running simultaneously once the facility gets to full production. Next slide. So much more to come on this one. You know, just in the interest of time here, we have our slicer veneer line, which is going through construction phases right now, and should be hopefully online here before the end of the year. We also have a paint line for our molding products and what have you, where customers are looking for them to be primed or painted. That should be online here sometime in November. And if we look forward to 2022, you know, part of what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the picture here is a whole shelving and packaging line. There'll be door stock and what have you. That'll be coming online in 2022. So lots going on the site, you know, and again, as like I said before, as we bring things online, lots of commissioning and details that we're having to sort out as we go. But pretty exciting about where it's going, and it's going to be a pretty diverse plant once we get to full tilt. Next slide. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one, just to reference that you know, the sand group is interested in completing the supply chain from a forestry side of things. It's really about that distribution opportunities throughout the globe. And if you go to the next slide, you know, it's like I said, it's completing that supply chain. I think some of the picture got cut off here, but anyways, we know what the port looks like. Completing that supply chain on a forestry side of things, and then where does it go beyond that? And I know you know, the group's been working with Zoran and his team about you know, how can we get this site going. It's certainly more than it has been, and you know, see where we can take things. So you know, aside from that, I haven't been too privy to a lot of the details here, and just wanted to flag that was another piece of the puzzle in terms of completing that supply chain on the forestry side as well. And that should be about one more slide. Yeah, so here's just an example of the type of products that have come out. I believe this house is out on Sprout Lake, and if you're really interested, there's a good video online with on the Sand Forest site that talks about some of these engineered products, and their look, and this home is I believe out at Sprout Lake. So okay, I think one more slide, or is that, yeah, that's it. Anyways, that's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, boss. I'll let you hold that one. Anybody have any quick questions for Kevin? We're all good? We learned everything.
Good, they can help me.
Mark, do you want to come up? Mark is going to go through timber tiles. In a bit of.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, what's the trick to holding it? Any way I want? Just
Not by the bottom.
Okay. So we had a problem bringing the slides in today. They're going to end up being scrolled rather than page flipped, but bear with us while we do that. I'm new on the scene here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you as a guest. This is the first time that I've spoken about timber tiles to a live audience, and so be gentle with me, right? As we get the first slide, could we make that? Yeah, you're on it, right? So my name is Mark Anson. I'm the founder of Timber Tiles here in Port Alberni. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about value add and what it means to us as a company. And I'm happy to introduce a new product, which is Timber Tiles. The value of our forests, I think, have always been recognized by the people of this place. I grew up and down the coast of BC. I have a Master's of Architecture, a degree of Environmental Design Study, and a diploma in Building Technology. And I say all three of those because in my work, I am both a designer and a builder throughout. If we could scroll to the next one, please. So I have a few slides to show how rapidly BC has been developing in the wood industry. And these are from my own family album. So over on the left there, my great-grandfather founded Terrace and started a sawmill. And in doing so, he was challenged with, like, how do I get these abundant, huge cedar poles out of the forest? Skip forward a generation to my grandfather, who also owned a sawmill. And as MLA in the area, he took a cedar pole and delivered it to the top of the Empire State Building. It was part of their communications array. So getting a huge pole from northern BC and across North America and then to the top of the world's tallest building was certainly a feat, and they met it. There's no longer any wood at the top of the Empire State Building. It's now been all modernized, and it's, it actually stands as the world's, the tallest LEED certified gold building in the US, which is great. If we go forward sort of another generation into the next slide, and again with the Empire State Building, we have in 2015, MGA Architects, which is Michael Green Architects, challenged us all to build the entire Empire State Building out of wood. This would be a pretty amazing feat, of course, but it was only several years later that I stood on the roof of Brock Commons with the engineer, and we discussed how feasible that was. And at that time, this is out at UBC, of course, Brock Commons was the world's tallest wood building at 18 stories. So things are moving fast, right? And BC is leading the way in all of this. We can go to the next one, please. So inspired by mass timber, I built my own home out of CLT. And it was a bit of a showcase to look at different innovative wood products. So in there, of course, being CLT, but we have, it was all wrapped in Gutex wood fiber insulation. It has Nexem wood foundation blocks. It has a corrugated plywood structural roof on it. The siding that you see on the right-hand side is actually from Sand Group, back when it was Colson Manufacturing. That's where all your cedar ended up going. So where are we? Oh yeah, so this building is now part of a new class of building which is happening. It's passive house, it's built to be LEED Platinum, and it's carbon negative. And wood is emerging as this building product of the future. It meets the challenges that our current society have by allowing us to build a greener and healthier building. Next slide, please. So this brings me right up to the present date and why I'm standing here in front of you. For over a decade, I've worked with FP Innovations as sort of part of a innovative think tank where I'm looking for design-based solutions on some of the challenges that the forest industry is facing. A lot of the projects we talked about today, I've seen behind the curtain on them from the FP Innovations side. One such project that came across us started by Western Forest Products right here in Port Alberni, and they asked for a better value proposition for their hemlock wets. So that's, as you probably all know, hemlock that has gone through the kiln and has emerged still too wet for export. And it's a problem wood because it doesn't have a domestic market and it's hard to rekiln it and all these things. So Tim Caldecott at FP Innovations sourced some funds through the coastal program. And I worked on designing the timber tiles that you see there. That's my bathroom. In 2017, we took them to the Interior Design Show in Vancouver and put them in front of architects and designers, and the response was fantastic. We then looked for a manufacturer. The problem with sort of this secondary value added manufacturing is we're pretty risk adverse. And we couldn't find a manufacturer who was willing to work on essentially wooden widgets, right? These tiny little bits of wood. We didn't have any feasible way of manufacturing them in a mass production way. They were designed in a laboratory. And there's no existing market for a wood tile like this because they're new on the scene. So my wife, while lying in that bathtub, looking at the tiles, said, well, let's remortgage the house. And we bought property here in Port Alberni. Next slide, please. So timber tiles, they're a beautiful ecological architectural wall covering, right? What sets them apart is that as a subway tile, they're cut on a bias. And so they're revealing the end grain of the wood perpendicular to the length of the tile. And when you cut wood like that, all sorts of magic kind of emerges about how easy it is to finish and how easy it is to sand, and what it looks like is quite unique to the market. They're finished in a hard wax oil. It comes out of our factory here in Port Alberni, completely finished, ready to install on the wall. We can offer them with a fire retardant coating, so they're applicable to commercial spaces like hotels, lobbies, things like that. They're quick and easy to install. But more importantly, with my work in architecture, looking at sort of greener, more environmental ways of building buildings, in starting a factory, we tried to apply that same notion to a factory. So we're really proud to say that we're pending certification as cradle to cradle. And that is a globally recognized measure for safer and more sustainable products that are made for a circular economy. We are a living product challenge material, and that is, it's a philosophy, it's a certification, but it's also an advocacy tool to show how we can build products and sell products better. They're made in a zero waste factory, which means that we offer assurances that all waste elements are either reused, diverted, or prevented from going to the landfill. And then lastly, our company is structured as a B Corporation. And a B Corporation is a fairly new kind of business, and it balances purpose with profit. So we're looking at 5 tiers. We consider our workers, our customers, our suppliers, community, and the environment. Next slide, please. So we've assembled a great team here in Port Alberni. Port Alberni's been really fantastic to come to and very welcoming. Each manager is also an owner in our company, and our team recognizes the broader picture that our work is meaningful even if it's quite menial. We're operating at about 15% capacity right now, and we actually just upped that to 7 workers a few days ago. And we're planning on trying to hire more as quickly as we can. The whole factory is laid out as a production line just to produce one simple product. And so to increase our productivity, we just add more labor. And we're trying to get all the machines operating at the same time. They're all designed to feed one into the next. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the economics. If I look back to when I started at FP Innovations about a decade ago, the BC government released a document that highlighted the GDP per cubic meter of wood globally, and BC ranked really low. Places like Japan and Germany were 5 times than we were. So we take a hemlock lift of wets worth, let's say, about $1,000. This is kind of pre-pandemic pricing. And we convert that one lift into finished boxes of tiles worth $20,000. So we have a 20 times increase on that value of lumber. And if we look at another metric and we consider the Council for Forest Industry estimated around 1 job per 1,000 cubic meters of wood that we harvest in BC, we grab our hemlock just before it goes onto a ship. Western Forest Products has been working with us. They've been fantastic at accommodating our slow startup, but we're buying our hemlock at a commodity price. And if that commodity has produced about 1 job per 1,000 cubic meters, we then create 1 annual job out of 50 cubic meters. So again, that's a 20 times increase in the amount of employment that wood produces. Without affecting the primary lumber industry, we're buying it just before it goes onto the ship. So, you know, its value proposition to Canada has already been completed. This is all added on top of. Next slide, please. So the question would be, is there a market? So the global ceramics tile industry market for 2019 was over $350 billion. As an aside, I shot in a drive-by shooting. As an aside, I went into the library and I took out a book on tile, right? So this book had everything about the history and manufacturing of tile. It talked about wood tile, or sorry, it talked about steel tile, ceramic tile, glass tile. There was no section in the book at all for wood. When I flipped to the index, wood didn't even get a shout out on a page. This is a thick book. So there's market share that we could develop into. Next slide, please. And then the question would be, can we grow? And I foresee that each community in BC could have its own timber tile factory based on its local forest. So we could have obviously hemlock from here in Vancouver Island. We could have cedar from Haida Gwaii. We could have something like poplar from the interior, aspen, black poplar. I don't know how many I listed up there, but we have so many beautiful woods here in BC. And each one of those woods could make a unique and distinct tile, which would give designers and architects something to play with aesthetically. Our first factory, that's a picture of it right there, 3113 down on 2nd Avenue. You're welcome to come by for a tour. If you come at 5 o'clock, we probably have Dog Mountain in the fridge, right? This is our first factory. We mean this as a pilot project to look to do more factories at around 10 to 15 people across the province. It's meant to de-risk the process and lead the way into a thriving wood tile market. We're creating a brand, and with that, we're trying to create it with integrity that other manufacturers can join. So if you're interested in joining our story, I have some comment cards that I'd love to get your contact details from. I didn't pass them around because, you know, the 6 feet. What we're interested in is we're interested in focusing on low volume and high value, and we're interested in growing the value added in BC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mark.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark? Well, long and quiet.
It's a long day, right?
Nothing from the cloud,
Yeah.
nothing from the sky. Okay, Cindy's going to give us, she's part of the Forest Practices Code, so going to give us a quick overview on what they're putting together and some of the things that they have on the go.
This morning I was speaking to you with my VIEA hat on. Hands on. Oh. And I also wear a hat as CEO for Nanoose Economic Development Corporation for Snoqualmie First Nation. Not wearing that hat today. Right now, I'm wearing my hat as an appointed member of the Forest Practices Board. I was appointed in August of 2020, and using this opportunity as a little bit of a public service announcement to help get people familiar with the Forest Practices Board and what it does, because not everybody is, unless you've been audited, in which case you know very well what it is. The Forest Practices Board, and can you go to the next slide, Mike? Thanks. So Forest Practices Board is an independent watchdog for sound forest and range practices in British Columbia, and it's mandated under FERPA. It's legislated. Its mandate is to oversee FERPA and the Wildfire Act. There are 5 part-time appointed board members, including myself and a full-time chair, and 18 full-time staff, all of which are lovely and posted up there. And I just thought I'd mention, for those of you familiar with the district here in Port Alberni, you might remember Tracy Adams. She's one of the staff on the board, an investigator. So the Forest Practices Board is mandated and legally obligated to do audits and investigations of complaints. And we also do special investigations and investigations, primarily looking at, based on some of what we're hearing in and about BC, where there are concerns, specific concerns about forest practices and forest management overall. Recently, there was a report that was released about the Namint, and it was one of the longer investigations. You could go to the next page. That the board did, and you can access the full report online, and I'll tell you how at the end. But it started off with the Ancient Forest Alliance submitted a complaint to the Forest Practices Board in July of 2018, and the basic issues were that BC timber sales did not comply with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan and the requirements for biodiversity and old forest protection. And that BC timber sales may be harvesting in rare and underrepresented plant communities, and that they were harvesting legacy trees, large trees, against their own policy, and that the Compliance and Enforcement Branch was not investigating the concerns or taking appropriate action. The Vancouver Island Land Use Plan does require retention of old seral and at the site series levels, with emphasis on rare and underrepresented species. And under the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan, the Namint is designated as a special management zone, and and it's also a high biodiversity landscape unit. Next page. So those were the essence of the complaints that were filed. So BC Timber Sales Forest Stewardship Plan did not ensure protection. These are the findings of the investigation. That BC Timber Sales, their FSP did not ensure protection of biodiversity in old forests in 10 local ecosystem types. And that it was not, the FSP itself was not consistent with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan. And then the Forest Stewardship Plan was approved by the district manager in error. And the finding was that it was an error because the FSP was not consistent with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan higher level plan order, as just described in the first bullet point. They also found that BC timber sales did address at-risk plant communities, but they may not have captured all of the rare and endangered communities. They also found that BCTS did follow their own legacy tree policy. And in fact, they implemented a big tree policy that is fairly proactive and seems to be doing a fairly good job. And compliance and enforcement branch's investigation. So the Alliance went to the Compliance and Enforcement Branch before the Forest Practices Board. And then they complained to the Forest Practices Board that CEB wasn't following up on an investigation. So the finding was that the Compliance and Enforcement Branch did follow up, but they didn't complete their investigation. And that does not give the public confidence in the enforcement under FERPA. The Compliance Enforcement Branch did begin an investigation, but they soon discovered that they didn't have jurisdiction, and so they could not enforce anything under the Forest and Range Practices Act. And that was largely because once you have an approved FSP, then FERPA requires that you follow your FSP, and BC Timber Sales was following the FSP. So it's a bit of a circle that we discovered needed to be addressed. Next slide, please. So as an outcome of the investigation, the board made 4 recommendations. 2 of them applied to FLNRO, and one was that recommending that they complete a landscape unit plan. So if you were to read this report, the report does go into quite a bit of detail about the lack of landscape unit planning. When the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan was done and the higher level plan order was prepared, the expectation was that it would be followed up with a landscape unit plan, which then basically tells you how you're going to then address what's required in the objectives under the higher level plan. But the landscape unit plan was never completed. And so there is very little direction under FERPA for licensees to follow. And so one of the directions or recommendation was to complete landscape unit planning for the mint and also identify mechanisms to amend FSPs if they're found inconsistent with government objectives. So as I said earlier, they found that the FSP was actually not consistent with the higher level plan. But under FERPA right now, there's no mechanism to go back in and amend an FSP. The district manager can't require it. The licensee could voluntarily amend it, but there's no legal obligation or requirement to make them change it. And so the board is recommending that under specific circumstances that there be mechanisms for FSPs to be amended if need be. And then the other 2 recommendations were directed to BC Timber Sales, that they should amend their forest stewardship plan voluntarily and also assess their operations for site level representation of old forests. So in other words, address how they're dealing with old forests at the site level, the lowest level rather, and at higher levels. And that's where you get greater detail. We have the Forest Practice Board has received their responses to the recommendations and they're currently under review. So they're not, they haven't been published or produced yet, but they will be shared on the website once the review of those responses are complete. Next slide, please. So in addition to NMINT, there are other reports that have been produced over time by the Forest Practices Board on old growth and on many, many other topics. They've, over the last few years, have done reports on fish. There's actually a Fish 1 report and a Fish 2 report. They did a special investigation on bridges, which have resulted province-wide of a lot of really, really improved practices on bridges, and lots of other topics that have come forward, all of which is accessible from the board's website. So just for your interest, another report that was done in 2020 on biodiversity and old growth in Prince George had a number of findings that They found that licensees are complying with the legal orders, but the legal orders themselves are out of date, and biodiversity values may be at high risk because of that. And so recommendations were made to FLINRO to spatialize old growth in high-risk areas and to update their legal order. And in that case, the province accepted both recommendations and is working with First Nations on implementation. Next slide, please. So while the board generally finds that licensees comply with legal requirements for old growth, some of those requirements are out of date and do not reflect today's conditions, considering climate change and the risk of climate change and forest health issues, fire, insects. A lot of the higher level plans are out of date and need to be updated. And in a number of cases, the landscape unit planning or land use plans have not been done at a level that will then really provide direction to forest managers and planners to ensure that they're meeting the government's objectives. Land use plans have not been updated to reflect these new issues. Good planning is essential. So through government to government relationships with First Nations, that also involve the public and clearly define how old forests can be managed, are all part of the recommendations from the board. Going forward, the board is working on a number of priority areas for special reports, investigations going in to the future. And the things we're working on right now include climate change and building resilience and how you build resilience through planning, and also strengthening Indigenous relationships with the board and involving First Nations as we develop these special projects, particularly with climate change. So as we're working on the climate change initiatives, we're looking at building in Indigenous involvement right from the beginning and how we do that. So I think that might be the last slide. Yes. So next slide. So that's just really just to give you a taste of the Forest Practices Board and what it does and the kind of work that they're doing. And you may find that there's information that's available. Some of the, well, all of the reports that the board does are posted on the website. It's just bcfpb.ca. And they just recently, a few weeks ago, released the annual report for this year. Audits reports are available, as are investigations on complaints and special reports and special investigations. And if you have any questions, you can access anybody at the Forest Practices Board or myself, and hope you found that interesting.
Maybe you could answer this question. I think the forest panel recommendations 14 was to stop logging in old growth where biodiversity could be at risk. Two questions on that. Who's looking to see where biodiversity may be at risk? What the heck does that really mean? Just for people online so they get your question. Say that again. What does old growth mean? Who's looking into biodiversity? Who's looking after biodiversity and old growth, and what does biodiversity actually mean?
Well, not sure. I don't have a definition for biodiversity off the top of my head, but in the context of what we're talking about, I think that was you, George. Yike. I know, if we say the old growth word, will that happen? Yeah, we get it. So there are biogeoclimatic zones that are inventoried across the province, and within biogeoclimatic zones, there are site series. Within those, they identify different species types, and the inventories will tell us if those site types and biogeoclimatic types are at risk. So you know through inventories, and there's targets for what we should maintain at certain levels there, and they're usually documented in higher level plans. So for Vancouver Island, the biogeoclimatic zones are identified and targets for site series are identified. And if you fall, so the goal for when you're doing management is to ensure that you're not falling below the targets. And they know where there are site series types that are either already below or at risk of falling below. So that information is like inventory information that's known. And there's, you know, you could argue, do we have enough? Does that information need to be updated or, you know, made more fully just investigated? But for the most part, it's a good foundation, and there aren't too many people arguing about the quality of that information. And we can really enhance it now that there's LiDAR and stuff like that. The biggest challenge is probably just human resources to do the work. But we do have a good understanding of where things are snapshot in time. So when you talk about biodiversity and where are you at with biodiversity, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at, we have these site types at different seral stages, which is different age classes, so that we can plan for the long term, right? So, you know, that's all about sustainability, is to ensure that you may have it today, but where are you going to be at 50 years, 100 years, you can project and know where you're going to be at from a modeling perspective. And so your first part of your question was about old growth, and it was, what was the question exactly?
Well, I think it's a good point. I didn't realize that this is already been done. I thought that may be sort of the job for the Forest Practices Board, but it's already been done.
The Forest Practices Board doesn't do like data collection and data management. They are a watchdog. The Forest Practices Board was put in place when they created the Forest Practices Code, so it's pre-FERPA, and it was at a time during Clayoquot Sound was going on, and it was actually initiated because of some of the issues that were happening in Haida Gwaii. And then it sort of expanded beyond that. But the intention was to have an independent organization that would go in and not just monitor industry, but also government. And so when you look at the audits that the Forest Practices Board does, they'll do in any given year, major licensees, woodlots, community forests, First Nation licenses, every type, and BC timber sales. So they're there to ensure that good forest practices are happening. And in the process, they also make recommendations on how things could improve forest practices. So that's where some of the recommendations that I just showed you were saying to government, one of the challenges is that licensees can only implement what government has established as what they want as an outcome. So FERPA is really all about what you need to do forest management wise so that you have the desired outcomes that government wants, which is supposed to reflect what the public wants. And if those government objectives aren't clearly set and defined at a level that a practicing forester could make sure that their plan is going to be able to follow through and deliver that objective, then you're not going to get your desired outcome. So the forest practices will point out to government, hey, you know what, you're not stepping up and doing your job of establishing clear objectives so that then forest practitioners can then deliver.
Other questions? Comments? I have a question for you, Mark. Are you in production here in Port Alberni? Your factory, are you producing products?
Yeah, we can do about 50 square meters a day right now.
50 square meters a day?
We've just sent out all of our sample boxes to architects and engineers, or sorry, and designers. And then we've run a bunch that we've done fire coating so that we can get it tested and certified. And now we're just cranking out box tiles to go to market. Yeah.
So the tiles are not yet in market?
They're at the retail store. We only sent out our samples like last week. So we're right on the cusp. So, but yeah, we're ready to fulfill orders right now.
So if I went into a retail store and wanted to purchase some of these tiles, what's the square foot price that I'm paying for these tiles?
For you?
For me. A special deal for anyone in the room.
Special deal.
Such a deal I've got for you.
Yeah, so we do have a promotion going on, obviously. Basically, we export or we sell at $100 a square meter, and they're worth $200 a square meter to the retail market. So like you're going to pay about $18 a square foot if we do it in square feet. And we're selling right now exclusively through the Eco Floor store, which carries just ecological products across Canada. And that puts us right in the middle of the price point of their offerings, which are sort of comparable. And it also places us right where Jim from BC Wood wants us priced for export to Japan. So I have to admit, we're priced at sort of what the market will bear. We're certainly not Home Depot pricing, right? Where you'll go to exclusive tile retailers to purchase our product. But we have that advantage that we are placing ourselves in the market where we should sit with the competitors. But the truth is we're quite cheap to produce. So there's great opportunity there for, to give you a great deal. Yeah.
And speaking of funding, you in your presentation, you talked about where you are with the cap now and where you're going with the cap. Are you looking for investors?
So we bought the building like 3 months before COVID or something. And coming through FP Innovations, coming sort of at that back door, I assumed that there was going to be matching government funds in putting together a factory like this, because it was a pilot project and because we're all talking about value add, we're all talking about how to create, this high value, low volume. But everybody was really distracted with COVID. So basically I've remortgaged the house twice and I just keep paying my labor. And we're trying to get through this. So if anybody is, has their purse strings and they want to be part of the project, we'd appreciate it. But we're now at the cusp where we're going to hopefully start selling tile and start getting that positive cash flow. Yeah.
And one other question for you. I think you referenced Western Forest Products relative to your hemlock, but I was interested in where you're getting your fiber.
So yeah, I mean, I can't stress how much Western Forest Products has been really key to this project, right? They're the ones who started it by asking, what do we do with our wets? And now that we've arrived here, they've been providing all of our fiber for us. And, we purchase it by the quarter. So we're purchased up through till January. We're not at the production capacity we hoped that we were going to be at. And so Western has been fantastic at saying, okay, we get it. Like we'll hold back some lifts until you're ready. Even now running at 15% capacity, we can process a lift a day, but we can dramatically increase that with just a bit more labor. We're really only using about 3 to 2 machines out of the 15 that we have, and they're all designed to work in tandem. And we're only working like Monday to Friday, 8 hours, whereas we're in a zone that we could be 7 days a week and we could go from 7 to 7. So we have a lot of capacity to increase just in that one 8,000 square foot footprint. It's a tiny building. We're really trying to maximize everything that we possibly can in the space.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the floor? Yes, Ken.
Awesome, thank you. So first, thanks to Mark for sharing I always get excited when I hear about value-added products, and I also want to acknowledge Kevin, and I just want to share for those of you that aren't from Port Alberni, some of the work that Standing Group's been doing outside of the regular operations between forestry and First Nations was a simple act of reconciliation. Our opinion was raising a totem pole on their property. That simple act has highlighted our culture and our territory. So I just want to acknowledge the Standing Group for thinking outside the box and opportunities to work together. My question and comment is for Cindy and the Forest Practice Board. I've heard this presentation previously, but one question, and I think I may have asked it previously to the board, was compliance and enforcement ensures that industry and First Nations and other licensees are following the Forestry Act and all the laws that come with it. And there's potential fines for that if you're not compliant, that you have to pay. And I know that's not the role of the practice board. So when the practice board finds out that government's at fault, what is their actual repercussions besides the board having to make recommendations? Again, I see an opportunity. It's a two-way street, and I'd like to see action taken there. And I know that's beyond your scope, and that's more of a legal matter in terms of the act, but the accountability needs to be a two-way street. And I'd love to see the province reinvest when they're not compliant back into the industry or local governments or First Nations or in other opportunities that supports everybody in the industry. So just so I'm clear that, again, you may provide recommendations, but there's no actual repercussions on the province when they are in breach of law for sometimes. Thanks.
Practices Board isn't like the compliance enforcement branch, and the board doesn't impose fines or penalties or anything like that. Their job is to identify any issues or problems and then report on it. And then the board has the choice to, when they issue a report, to make recommendations or not. They don't always do, but they'll always issue recommendations when they feel that there is a issue that needs to be highlighted and that there are actions that the board believes could be taken to resolve the problem. And that applies to anybody that they investigate, including government or licensees. So where the potential repercussions are, so we can file a recommendation or put out a recommendation in with the report. And when a recommendation is put in and the report is sent back to the party that's being audited or investigated, they're given a period of time to respond to the recommendation. So they're obligated to respond within that time. And then, but they are not obligated to necessarily agree and do it. So what happens is sometimes they'll just say, yeah, okay, like I said with the Prince George one, the recommendations were accepted by government, and then they have a period of time when they respond back to the board and tell them, here's the steps and here's what we're going to do to take corrective action and when they're going to do it. And all of this is all published publicly. And then, but they can also say, we disagree and we're not going to do that. And so when the response comes that way, it usually initiates some conversation back and forth between the board and the party. At the end of the day, the board can't obligate them to do anything, but they can make recommendations. So when the same applies to government, and all I would say to that is, where does government have to be held accountable is largely to the public, right? If you fine government, that's okay, except you're just taking public money and giving it to the public, because that's where fines go. It is a deterrent to government to ignore or not act, because everything is made public, and then they have to account back to the public if they're not happy with what they're doing. But I will say that the Forest Practices Board is only mandated under FERPA and the Wildfire Act, not the Forest Act. And the Forest Act is where all the tenures and everything is all under the Forest Act. So it's kind of an interesting thing that the board, that's not within their jurisdiction, so they can't really speak to anything that falls under the Forest Act.
So, yes.
I was just gonna ask a different question, not a simple one. This is just a quick question for Mark. You said you're operating at 15% capacity right now. Do you have the market if you ramped it up and had some more employees to continue selling, of course?
Yeah, we think so. So right now, the Eco Floor Store, we're going to supply all of our product to until they can't sell what we offer them. And then we'll go down to California and selectively target a tile retailer. And we want to get the product over to Japan as quickly as we can. BC Wood is really behind us in this project, and they have a lot of facility to assist with the networking portion of it. We haven't aggressively sought those markets until we kind of have a lot of inventory coming out. So, you know, once we have a couple of containers over at Sandport that are ready to go somewhere, then we'll really try to tap into moving it. But right now, it doesn't cost us a lot just to produce inventory. So we're just trying to build pallets and pallets of tile. Yeah.
So as we work towards conclusion of our day today, I really want to acknowledge our sponsors for this event. We absolutely could not have had this occasion to bring all of this thinking together without our sponsors. And so I'd like to invite each of our sponsors to say a few words in conclusion. And we're going to start with you, Kevin, because you've got a mic in front of you. And thank you to the SANS Group for being a sponsor of this event today.
Yeah, thank you. You know, great venue, great event. I think we heard it a lot today. It was nice to actually get out here in person. A lot of us, you know, some haven't been to forums like this in quite a while, and it's always great to network and hear different ideas. And you know, I've been on the manufacturing side of the business for a while, and it was good to hear a lot of the forestry side. Cindy, you did a great job with the biodiversity explanation. That probably come from our early years in school, the way you articulated that. I don't know if I would have done as good of a job. So, anyways, it was great seeing everybody. And, you know, I think from the SANS side of things, you know, it's pretty exciting where we're, you know, where we see things going. And, you know, it's great to work with different community groups on different initiatives. And I think that's one thing the ownership really wants to see us continuing with. So look forward to working with everybody in the community in that regard.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, SANS Group. One of our other sponsors is the Inland Group, and I'd like to give Steve Toohey a chance to say something.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be a sponsor again for the Wood Industries Forum. You know, Inland loves supporting these types of activities and advancing the discussion, and there's always more knowledge coming out of every one of these that we do. So thanks to everybody for coming.
Longtime friend and sponsor of VIEA is MNP, and Peter Van Dongen is here representing MNP. I'd like to give you a chance to say some words, Peter, and thank you for sponsoring.
Thanks very much, George, and thanks everybody. It is great to be here, and we're pleased to support this forum. As I reflect on some of the things we heard today, we certainly heard some themes about collaboration and partnership, and even in this most recent Mark's presentation, giving credit to Western Forest Products to make sure that the fiber is available. I think these are just, that's what it's all about, working together to move the industry forward. So it's our pleasure to support, and look forward to further discussions.
And Kindry Mercy gets to wear two hats because both Western Forest Products and TFL 44 LP sponsored us today. Thank you so much, Kindry.
Thank you very much, everyone. Really happy to be here representing Western Forest Products and TFL 44 LP. really excited to hear all that's going on in the industry right now on the island and in the Alberni Valley. It's nice to be here in person, see everyone again, and I think there's some exciting times ahead. So thank you very much, and we're really happy to be here.
And one of our First Nations hosts, the Hupatakad First Nation, is here. And Jolene, I'd like to thank you for hosting us and give you an opportunity for some closing words.
Thank you, George. Yeah, hi, Jolene Dick here. My new channel's name is Sawayakawith. Just really pleased to be in the room with everyone today. I'm so pleased that we could gather and make connections. I'm really pleased to have made new connections today. Thank you, George, for orchestrating this along with the staff and everything else. One final comment is that I look forward to connecting to everybody online for the VIEA Virtual Summit on October 27th and 28th. And on behalf of Hupachissett First Nation, thank you everyone for gathering today, for sharing the innovative ideas and solutions focused for forestry and the economic impacts on the island and beyond. Chew, Clicko.
And finally, to close our day, the Tseshaht First Nation and Chief Ken Watts is going to share some ceremony with us. Ken?
Awesome, thank you. So I didn't get a chance to properly introduce myself. Ukama Wamish Tseshaht, Hicha Mamuk, Tseshaht elected chief councillor. Uhukwachum Iksu Matilda Atleo, Tseshaht Aksu, Uhukwatach Nu Iksu, the late George Watts, Tseshaht Mitma. Again, my name is Ken Watts, the elected chief. My real name is Wamish. It's not actually Ken Watts, and I come from Tseshaht. My mother's Matilda, and my father's the late George Watts. I want to thank everybody for coming here to the territory, and I want to acknowledge one of our sutith. We call it a seat holder. She's holding the seat of one of our hereditary chiefs, and so when we sang those songs, we don't just sing those anytime. We put them out and share them with others to acknowledge our chiefs and the territory we come from. Tseshaht has a creation story of a place called Benton Island, or Tseshaht, down in the Broken Group, and through various wars and amalgamations due to disease and warfare, we made our way throughout the Barkley Sound and up the canal. And I share this story because it talks about the resiliency of our people. There's estimates of thousands of people that once lived in the Broken Group, and through disease and other warfare, those numbers are now, we're down to about 1,200 members in our community. And we're increasing though daily. But I think it shows the resilience of our people and how we were able to come where we are today as a nation. And it's because of our hereditary chiefs and our survivors. I want to make a special acknowledgement to our residential school survivors. There was a time when we weren't allowed to come together and sing like this, when there wasn't allowed a group of 4 Tseshaht people to come together and share a song. Those were not just frowned upon, but at one time illegal. And it's because of our survivors and others that made it through residential school that we can stand here and talk about partnerships and collaboration and other opportunities. So before we end off on this, we want to share at least one more song to send all of you off in a good way. I just want to talk about 2 closing things. I mentioned UNDRIP and the province's opportunity to implement it, but there's also an opportunity for every one of you here in this room. And whether it's through the TRC calls to action or the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, everybody has a role to play here in British Columbia. And there's many who are doing it right now. There's actually partners, I think, who are putting not just their money where their mouth is, but even just reaching out and respecting protocol and allowing things to happen. So I encourage you to read those, UNDRIP as well as the TRC. And just in closing, I want to say for Tseshaht, forestry is our main economic driver for our community. It's our largest source of income. After that, we have the Tseshaht market, and we're involved in fisheries and licenses. We're also involved in cannabis, believe it or not. But we realize that we need to diversify. So when I hear, again, value-added products, I get it because I think we realize as a community that we need to diversify as we move into real estate and other development projects. But I want to share in closing. Thank you all for coming to the territory on behalf of our chiefs and we call them Hatwe, our hereditary chiefs, and our staff and council that are here today. Because I've learned very quickly in my short 38 years that this island and our community has to have partnerships and collaboration in order for all of us to succeed, whether it's with municipalities or it's with industry or industry and First Nations, that we all need to work together, because there's a bunch of kids that aren't in this room that are relying us to get it right, because this whole world is changing, whether we like it or not. This world is changing every day. The legal landscape and First Nations roles and title and rights are changing each and every day. And it's about each and all of you to join us in this journey as well and get into our canoe and work with us, because whether we like it or not, again, the world's changing, and First Nations aren't just a stakeholder anymore. Those days are far gone. Those are old days. Consultation, that's just an old word. We're moving towards consent and title. So once again, on behalf of Tseshaht Hatwe, we welcomed you. We thank you for coming, and we'd like to end you guys off in a good way and lift your spirits up and wish you all a safe journey home. So once again, on behalf of Tseshaht, we say, klako, klako.